we get seated now. I love the way all of you joined when she was singing the Nigerian national anthem. Make sure you learn the American national anthem, because this is where you get your money to support the people at home. One day they're going to ask you in the interview, sing the national anthem America. And start moving your mouth. So this time around, ladies and gentlemen, all other protocols with due respect observed. Let me hand over to my colleague, Wami Lele.
All right. Yes, exactly. His Excellency just said, let's move with the speed of light. I was not about to do connecting trips. Tonight is the first of its kind in the city of Los Angeles. An event like this has never happened before. And this wonderful team you see here put this together. Please, can we give them a round of applause? And this is also to let our special guests know that Los Angeles people love you. Not even a church service will call this number on a Monday night. Pastors are here, they know. The members will tell you, Pastor, let's Zoom or send WhatsApp message. So we love you and we love the fact you're here. So to do the opening remarks and introduction for the ADPI executive, I'm going to invite to this microphone the president of ADPI, my friend, Pastor Barrister Moses Gago. Please, let's give him a round of applause.
Your Excellency, Governor Peter Obi, welcome to our shores, and especially to Los Angeles, California. And thank you very much for accepting our invitation. Mr. Chairman of this occasion, the distinguished Senator Annie Okonkwo, who has been introduced, thank you for your able leadership and support to ADPI in piloting the organization of this lecture, and we want to say that you mean so much to us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Professor Pat Utomi, Chief Emeka Wabueze, and all of our donors, tonight, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very much for being here, and we are grateful that you came. We are delighted to have in our midst our guest speaker tonight and his entourage. We had anticipated this day, and it's here. The African Democracy and Policy Initiative, ADPI, has as a centerpiece the promotion, development, and entrenchment of democratic ideals in the African continent. And so the ADPI seeks to canvass policy initiatives that will enhance such measures specifically to promote nation building, stability, and progress of all Africans. Our executive committee that has put this event together is comprised of the following members, 7 in number. Our Vice President is Dr. Dipo Kalejai. Please would you indicate by a raise of hand. Was a litigation attorney for many years and is currently the senior pastor of ICCLA and a leading member within the Nigerian community in Southern California. And we have also our General Secretary, who is seated right, not on the high table, but he's seated right there. I can tell you that the live wire of this organization. Dr. Chinedu Chris Ikanyi, a career educator. Yes. Please would you raise your hand so they can see? Stand up and thank you. He's a career educator for over 30 years, a former school principal, and currently works as a human resources administrator in the second largest school district in the United States. Dr. Ikanyi serves as our secretary and has put all of us in good shape. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. We also have our financial secretary, a successful entrepreneur, a Christian minister, and a leading member in the Nigerian community here, Madam Lara Akunubi. She is our financial secretary. Please, would you indicate? Where is Madam Lara? Oh, she's right there. Okay. Would you raise your hand so they can see? Thank you. There she is. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. We also have Sir Dr. Charles U. Maduka, an attorney in Arlington, Texas. Sir Charles is the ADP treasurer. There will be no money to pay for your dinner if he doesn't agree to it. And so let's put our hands together for Sir Charles. If he eats tonight, you owe it to him. Then we have a member of the executive committee also, an administrator, an entrepreneur, a community leader who is currently the managing director of Benarina Engineering Services Limited. His name is Dr. Dan Musa. Please put your hands together for him. Dr. Dan is standing out there. And of course, we have heard of Honorable Chief Chike Mweke, who introduced the high table. He is our publicity secretary. He's a serial entrepreneur and chairman, chief executive officer of Life and Times Media Group. Please put your hands together for Chief Chike. Finally, of course, I have been introduced already, but I happen to be the president of this organization. Thank you so much. There are many volunteers that have put their heads together in the various committees, and they've tirelessly worked to make sure that this event comes to be possible. Thank you to all of you for putting your heads together. We appreciate your help. Let's put our hands together for all committee members. You see, they welcomed us and they checked us in. Governor Obi, Nigeria is a leading member among the nations of Africa. Blessed with over 200 million people, many of whom are in the diaspora, we believe that this is Nigeria's finest hour since independence. If we can galvanize and channel its human resources into nation building. Unfortunately, besides remittances, Nigerians in the diaspora have been left out for the most part in the development of our great nation. In this inaugural African Civic Leadership Conference lecture, we are honored, sir, that you accepted our invitation to address the role of the Nigerian diaspora in civic leadership. Thank you, Governor, for availing yourself to contribute to the debate on how to make Nigeria better and how to move it forward. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight, as your food is being served, and as I can hear the cutlery making some sounds, enjoy your dinner, be at home, enjoy the lecture. There will be times and opportunities for questions and answers. Enjoy that too. One more time, I want to welcome everyone that has come here tonight, particularly members of the high table, and thank you so much as we await the lecture. God bless you.
All right. While we eat, we have a special talent here to entertain. Your Excellency, a lot of good people came here to listen to you. Apart from the talent we have singing at this moment, we also have one of Nigeria's finest musical brand in the house tonight, talking about a legend, Mr. Tony 1 Week. Please, let's give him a round of applause. He's here with us tonight. Thank you for coming. To do music while we eat, I'm going to call on a special voice, Miss or Mrs. Biodun Koya. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. How are you tonight? Me, I'm an Ijebu woman. Ijebu woman. I know how to manage money. On top of that, I can't get degree for business management. How do we do it? Anyway, I am a classical singer, and it's my honor to be here this evening to share my talent with you. The first song I'll be singing tonight is an aria from an opera composed by Puccini. It's called Gianni Schicchi. It's in Italian, and I hope you enjoy it. It's a song I wrote and composed 4 years ago, and I must tell you that I've been particularly discouraged, with the situation of the country, and I thought I won't be singing this song in the nearest future, but it's only Peter Obi that can get me to come and sing Lift Up Nigeria again. It's a very short song, thank you. It's a very short song. I want you to listen to the lyrics, because second time we're going to sing it again, and you're going to sing it along with me. and I hope you can join me. So the first time, I want you to listen. It's just a minute long, and the video is on YouTube. It's called Lift Up Nigeria. You can see it. The song was given to me in a dream, and it's very important to me. And so please enjoy. I will lift up Nigeria with my voice. With my voice. I will lift up Nigeria with my voice. With my voice. I will shout, sing, and speak of all the glories. I will lift up Nigeria with my voice. I will lift up my country with my voice. With my voice. I will lift up my country with my voice. With my voice. I will shout, sing, and speak of the beauties. I will lift up my country with my voice. Okay, so you've heard it. So we're gonna sing it together one time. I will lift up Nigeria with my voice. So, all right, here we go. Are you ready? My brothers and sisters, are you ready? This is a patriotic song. I sweated for this song. All right, come on. All right, let's sing it again. Let's try it again. All right, I will lift up Nigeria. I will lift up Nigeria with my voice. With my voice. I will lift up Nigeria with my voice. I will shout, sing, and speak of all the glories. I will lift up Nigeria. I will lift up my country with my voice. With my voice. With my voice. I will shout and speak of all of my beauties. The beauties. I will lift up my country with my Now, Nigeria, thank you to Pat for arranging this. He invited me. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you. I think we can give her a better round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, Biodo is a trained soprano singer and author. She is one of the very few professionally trained opera singers with an African descent. She has done renowned classical performances, and she's changing her world, or our world, with her voice. And of course, she has the privilege to perform at the White House, where she did music. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's give her a better round of applause. Thank you so much for that beautiful one. Thank you. We surely will lift Nigeria with our voice. Our country has been through some things in the last 3 months. Last week or 2 weeks ago, the police went on strike, and they came back. NEPA went on strike for less than 24 hours. ASU has increased the strike indefinitely as of today. And you just wonder what is happening. But change is going to happen to our country. Thank you so much. Talking to you.
Let's give it up to Wamilele, my co-MC tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Let me at this point recognize the presence of Valentine Ozigbo in our midst. Can you raise up your hand, sir? There is something new. Something new while we're eating. The guest speaker to the night, His Excellency, Mr. Peter Obi. Oh, I like the way that the sound here, even when the fork and knife is going on. If you drop a pin here, you can hear when I mention that name, everyone quiet. This is the first time in the history of our Nigerian politics you see a presidential candidate quietly left his seat at the high table, going table by table. Please, wherever you are, just sit down. He's coming. Put your hands together for him.
In addition to what he just said, please, when it comes to your table, it is not the time for you to bring out your phone and begin to take selfie and tell him, wait, let me do a quick Instagram video. Not the time. Just let him greet everybody on that table and keep it going. Thank you.
Honestly, thank you guys. Hold on. I listened to the sermon last Sunday. The sermon from the book of Luke. There is no substitute in anything we do like humility. Humility can take you to any level. Let's put our hands together. You can see the humility. The humility. The obedience. The guy who is ready to serve. I don't want to speak more than that. When he comes to your table, he refused that item in the program from the MCs. He said, you know what? I need to get up from my seat to go and see my people. Have you seen it before? This is the first time. You be the judge. We be the judge. You judge. You call the people at home and tell about this evening's event organized by African Democracy and Policy Initiative, ADPI. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for what is going on tonight. This is a new Nigeria coming up 2023. Having said that, please, while you are sitting down in your table, patiently, obediently, waiting, let me at this point, there's some noise going on there. Let me at this point invite brief remarks by Chief Emeka Mwabweze.
Los Angeles, are you in the house? South LA, let me hear you say. North LA, let me hear you say. Those of you from the valley, let me hear you say. Welcome to the African Democracy and Policy Initiative Lecture Series. As you know, those of you that have gone to big concerts, like a Michael Jackson or Whitney Houston, there's usually an opening act. So maybe I am the opening act to the big speech. I'm supposed to keep you warm until we can get the big man here to address us on the issue of diasporans getting involved. Your Excellency, wherever you are, former Governor of Anambra State, the great state of Anambra, my own governor, he goes by so many names. One of the ones I like is Peter the Rock. Your Excellency, I greet you. In his absence, my great friend and the great man that once represented the Anambra Central Senatorial Zone, distinguished Chief Annie Okonkwo, and his lovely wife, Chi, I greet you. The great professor, the man that I had an opportunity once to sit next to him on an airplane. It's a 45 minutes ride, and he gave me the entire lecture he would normally deliver at Lagos Business School. The great Pat Otomi, I greet you. All other members of the high table, protocols observed, so many of my friends, my family down there, I greet everyone. I'm supposed to give a small talk, but my small talk is something that we should all pay attention to. My name is High Chief Emeka Nwabweze. I've had the opportunity to be in politics in America and in Nigeria. I've been a member of the Republican Party since 1994, and I have served on the advisory committee of then Governor George W. Bush of Texas for presidency on his first tenure, and I was a member of the technology committee that engineered a way to get him into office. When he got into the office, I was offered a job, but I chose to remain in the private sector. So I became a special advisor on science and technology, a member of the presidential committee on science and technology that swung into action right after 9/11. So a lot of the data consolidation, single point entry was as a result of the work of my committee. I've also had the opportunity to work in Nigeria under the former president, Goodluck Jonathan, and the work I did earned me MFR. And based on that, I am qualified to tell you tonight that you can only change something that you're a member of. You can only change something that you get involved in. You can only change something that you have a skin in the game. And that starts tonight. The initiatives of ADPI doesn't end tonight. It actually starts tonight. So many of us are here to hear a great man, a presidential candidate that is humble, Governor Peter Obi speak. But the question is, when you finish speaking tonight, what do we do after tonight? How do we get involved? Now, let me throw out some numbers, since the governor himself likes numbers. In America, believe it or not, it takes an average of $300 million to run for president of America. That is the money you will need to raise from your party, from the government, but more importantly, from people that believe in you. If you all recall, when Obama ran the first time, how did he raise that money? He convinced every one of us in this room to give him $5. Now, that was how he raised the money. In Nigeria, it takes roughly anything no less than $100 million to also run for president of Nigeria. The difference is, usually the presidential candidates have the money. But that's the problem with our country. If you invest $100 million to win a seat, would you not recoup your money back? You will. So how do we get the people to give you that money? So when you get to that seat, you do not have to recoup your money back. The people will recoup their money back by you providing good governance. So when we leave here tonight, you're going to be getting emails and texts and all that from us. And we're going to want you to get involved. We want you to get involved. Here in America, we like the mortgage program. Every month you pay a little, right? You can tell us what you want to commit. You are not donating to P2B campaign. It's the ADPI that wants to use this money to make sure that we have good governance. Tell us what you can do. If there's 100,000 Nigerians in America, and we each give $5, that's 5 million, right? If we each give $10, that's 10 million. And imagine if we can each give $250, but spread it over the 2, 3, 4 months before the election. We can raise $250, we can raise $25 million to help to make sure that when we go back to Nigeria, we have security. To make sure that when we go back to Nigeria, there's good governance. To make sure that when we go back to Nigeria, we have a voice. Is that not what we want? What we want is a country that we can go back and know that we are safe. And I believe that in 2023, God's willing, we will be able to get that candidate into office. We will be able to get the right candidate to run the country if we all get involved. If we all show that we have a skin in the game. So my brothers and sisters in Los Angeles, please, when we call you, don't shy away. When ADPI reaches out to you, don't shy away. We really need you to get involved. Take it from me. I've been to Nigeria and I've not been afraid of the so-called whatever security you should be worried about. And I'm here in America and I can tell you, home is home. Especially when you start getting to my age. When you start going above that 50, home is home. And this is the unique opportunity we have to fix the country. If we miss this opportunity, we might as well tell our relatives, those of us that can write their will, should write their will to be buried in America, because there will be no home to go to. So I thank you for coming out tonight. I thank all of you. Those of you that came out tonight, like Talking Tech said, we have more attendance tonight than any pastor in Los Angeles could call on a Monday night. So thank you, we love you, and we hope and pray that you will get involved in the activities of ADPI or other means of moving Nigeria from where we are to the top regions of the nation. Thank you very much.
That was brief remarks by Chief Emeka Mwabeze. Let's put our hands together for him, ladies and gentlemen. Meanwhile, while you can hear the sound of the fork and knife, the keynote speaker,
sit down, we'll get to everybody, please.
And the presidential candidate for Labour Party is going round table by table. I was here around 4 p.m. and I was looking at the tables and I saw 200 and something. I'm like, 200 and something? Is it like 1, 2, 3, 4 to 200 and something, or just like in a table you have 5 or 10? And you're obediently, everybody's obedient, and he's going around and saying, I cannot sit down while my people are eating. You've never had that before. I know you have your fork and knife. Can we put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, once again? So, while that is going on, he really want to touch all the tables. You know what it takes? Like I said up initially, it takes a humility. It takes obedience. It takes being obedient servant to be able to do that. while we are waiting to get to the next item in the program, respected ladies and gentlemen, the keynote speaker, the chairman of AEPI, all of the protocols, with due respect, observe. DJ will give us light music while he's finishing up before he talks to us. Thank God we have time. He really want to go through. So let us not disturb. Please. When you are dealing with the fucking knife and everything, the sound is good. The food must be good. The fish must be good. DJ, we need some music. But while he's putting the music, I just want to make this announcement. Respected ladies and gentlemen, if you think what we are doing tonight is good, even when you support African democracy and policy initiative, if you want to increase whatever thing you donated to make this work, you still have time to do that. Please, increase whatever you are, because you could see the humility, you could see the obedience, and all of us are obediently here tonight. Love you all. VJ, let's hear from you, Tony. Today is August the 29th, 2022. The role of Nigeria's diaspora in civic leadership. Keynote speaker. No any other person than the Labour Party presidential candidate come 2023, Nigeria, Mr. Victory. respect this program tonight. Let us be obedient as we are obedient, right? So let me invite to the mic Professor, the man that actually wants things to happen in Nigeria as it's supposed to be. The man who is behind the movement of obedience in Nigeria. Respected ladies and gentlemen, I am humbled to invite to the mic tonight Professor Pat Otami to address us.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is a thrill, it is a privilege, and it's a pleasure to be in this city of angels. I want to basically say to you that this is an extraordinary moment in the history of our country, Nigeria. It is extraordinary for many reasons, but let me restrict myself to your role as the diaspora in this extraordinariness of this moment. The 20th century is perhaps famous for how diasporas ignited countries that were challenged in many ways. As the Meiji Restoration took hold in Japan, the Japanese diaspora in Europe, particularly in Germany, kick-started a process that made Japan a miracle for the yellow race. Africa has remained challenged. And there is clear thinking that the liberation of Africa will come from the diaspora. How you play that role is what we are here to talk about. I want to say to you before I introduce the movement that talk is cheap. That's right. And there's a lot of talking going on. We want action in simple ways. I suggest to you that those of you who remit more money to Nigeria than we earn from crude oil can do something to prevent Nigeria from being where it is. And you can do simple things like this. Call up 5 people, just 5 people, in your village, in your local government area, in some city, and say to these 5 people that if they are to retain your patronage, they should call each of them 5 people and commit them to a transformation of Nigeria by simply speaking to their neighbors. I know a priest who has discovered the most important chapter in the Bible, and every homily of his ends with obedience is greater than sacrifice. Now, if every one of us can talk to 5 people that we have confidence in and say it's not about talking, it's about doing. Talk to 5 other neighbors. Make yourselves available. Send their phone numbers, and we can get all of those phone numbers on a platform, and we can get the candidate. It is not a matter of talking about it or getting excited or going on social media. You all know Nike. Just do it. So let's go ahead and do it. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, A better round of applause for the prof. Thank you so much. He said just go ahead and do it. All right, it has come to the moment we've all been waiting for. Ladies and gentlemen, it is that time of the night where we are to receive the lecture from our special guest of honor and speaker for tonight's event. And to introduce him to this podium, I'm going to call on the chairman of the organizing committee for this event. Okay, so the chairman will make remarks. His Excellency is too humble. He said, please, I don't need plenty introduction. Let me just come and do my thing. So the chairman is going to make remarks, and then His Excellency will come up. Mr. Chairman, sir. Please, let's give him a round of applause. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I said, good evening, everyone. If you are happy, clap your hands. His Excellency, the former governor of a great state, Anambra State. Very distinguished guests, especially the president and executive of NDPI, members of high table, I want to mention their names, but let me welcome all people, especially those who flew from outside Los Angeles to be here. And especially the angels that are living in Los Angeles. Let me start by saying, thanking the Almighty God for making this day possible. A history is to be made, and I thank God that the visit of His Excellency Mr. Peter Obi, after winning the Labour Party ticket, that is starting from Los Angeles. It's actually starting from California. California being the biggest state in America. California being the richest state in America. And today, we are celebrating, we don't have doubt, we are celebrating in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles. I call it celebration because if you look at the personalities and opportunities those that turn out tonight, you can see they are the best of the best. Anyway, like I said, I don't want to make so much speeches or remarks, but I want to sincerely welcome His Excellency. And I want also to use this opportunity to tell all Nigerians, diaspora is key to Nigeria's success. Don't be deceived, because people will tell you, of course, the only thing we hear, their vote do not count. Like I said before, your opinion and what you have will count. And of course, you see, some of you will not know, but I want to say it, that diaspora are actually the engine of Nigeria. People are talking of oil. Oil export to Nigeria annually is $16 billion. While diaspora remittances is $19 billion. So what does that tell you? That people living in diaspora are actually the engine of the Nigerian economy. Having said that, we all knew what is happening in Nigeria. People across have been in politics. I've been in politics for 40 good years. So let me tell you, not only in business, I was there, I was very successful anywhere. You can identify it, you can put it. But I moved into politics, hoping to contribute my quota as a businessman. I'm actually in the same consistency with Excellency. But the truth of the matter, he has gone further than me. I'm not surprised that by special grace of God, God is going to use him to change Nigeria. Of course, we're not in campaign yet, but the certain factors I need to put straight so that you, who are diaspora, so that you will not be able to say what is happening. Today, His Excellency Mr. P2B is not a tribal candidate. He's not a religious Bible. The truth, like I was telling, I want to tell some people here, say, when the campaign starts, you will see Mr. P2B winning more votes in the north than the south. I have no doubt about it. Quote me. Because those that are contesting, they have no answer to the movement. This is a movement that will not be seen in Nigeria. This is a true act. Sometimes I wonder, I say, let campaign start. Let me see those that will come out to say, I'm campaigning for those candidates. It will become clearer to them that Nigeria have decided to take back their country. Like I said, all Nigerians, all of us, we cannot sit behind. I was telling someone, I said, the truth is that the people that will benefit more from his candidature is people from the north. And I will tell you why. Because you see a lot of land that need to be cultivated. It is a pity what is going on. And if those places are cultivated, the export, I will let me say, for example, I think Excellency have been to Morocco, but Morocco did not have oil here. They export over $200 billion. Export. Could you imagine what is going to happen in the north? If we do that, so there will be surplus. What is happening in Nigeria is corruption. There's nothing. I thank God that he decided to come out and give Nigerians a choice. And I believe that what we just need to do, like those of us in the who are Christians, like I said, when Jesus was trying to wake up Lazarus, he asked they should remove the stone. He can as well make the stone to go pieces. But he said, remove the stone. So what we're going to do in Nigeria, and before he Lazarus get up. What we are doing in Nigeria is to remove the stone. So we are definitely going to remove the stone. So that our children will get a better future. So we can see a different Nigeria that all of us will be proud of. I'm also sure that the main beneficiary are not people in Nigeria, but people in diaspora. Because we have so much here. There will be so much business. So if you're a lawyer, you open your chambers. If you're a doctor, you open our place. The only medical tourism, like we're talking of India, Nigeria will get more money than India. Because we have specialist doctors here. That people will pay dollars to come to Nigeria for treatment. Ladies and gentlemen, today is not the campaign, we must start there. But we thank God we have a man that has actually distinguished himself. That has done it. It's not a rocket science. If you have not done it before, you say, can you do it? He did it with the state, Anambra State. He has been constant, he has not changed. And to handle Nigeria, it's easier to handle Nigeria to handle Anambra State, I can tell you. I come from that state. And Anambra State is the hardest state you can rule. Because when you get to Anambra State, you see all the billionaires you think today, Nigeria. So if you cannot handle Anambra State, Nigeria is a cup of tea. The issue is for you to have a leader that wants to do the job. And I have no doubt in my mind that Nigerians have found that leader. All of us, we must continue putting in prayers. Don't be afraid. A lot of people will tell you, oh, they will have rig the election. You cannot rig the election. Let me tell you, listen. If you are not in politics now, if you're not popular, you cannot rig. That is the truth of matter. So the people that are thinking they're going to rig that election, it is more difficult. That is the truth. Tell the person his face. It's not possible. You rig an election where you are not where you are not popular. I've seen it before. I've done it practically. I've been involved. You know the rocket science. I know it. To those that are still thinking, is this going to happen in Nigeria? I believe sincerely that God has answered Nigeria's prayers. I don't want to bore you with so many speeches. When the time comes, we will tell Nigerians, and they will believe us because we are straightforward and we are sincere. I would like us to go in straight to business of the day. And I'm happy that all of you have eaten. We don't have this opportunity every day. So it's better for you to relax and be part of history. And be part of changing Nigeria. And that is why we, even ADPI, decided at a particular time to call upon all adults, young adults, from 18 to 30, give them free, they should come in. So they can be able to be a new Nigeria. they can maybe aspire, because these are kind of people who need to start aspiring to take over Nigeria. Without wasting time, it's my honor and privilege to call upon Mr. Peter Obi.
In Canada yesterday, I said to them that where we are today, one thing we must take back is any form of celebration until if God allows us to succeed. And after 5 years, when I was governor, I said to the church, the traditional rulers, everybody, no title, no honor, no anything until I finish. Let's celebrate people when they come out of office, so we know whether they are qualified or not for any celebration. Because what we do is that, because of it, I tell people, I have about 11 universities now that have written me for PhD. And I've said to 11 of them, if I wanted PhD, I'll read for it. Not that I'm against honorary degree, but they were all giving it to me when I was in office. And again, I said to them, part of the problem we face as a country is that I have worked in office. You hardly come across somebody who will tell you the truth. We celebrate people, celebrate nothing, and in the end, ruin the whole thing. I thank all of you for this evening, and let me apologize again. This event was supposed to start by 7. I know it started at 7:30. I got to the airport. Air Canada decided to delay their flight for 2 hours. You know, I'm used to flight delay in Nigeria. So if it was in Nigeria, I wouldn't have apologized. You would have understood. But when I got here and they said it's 2 hours, I can't argue with them. I can't do anything. But I felt a sense of, you know, something you're not expected to happen. When it happened, I said, I feel a sense of, oh, how can this happen? You know, because in Nigeria, I go knowing fully well, if it doesn't happen, then it's a miracle. You know, something has gone wrong. So that's why we came late, so I apologize. And I thank you sincerely for this sacrifice. It is a Monday evening in the Western world where I know all of you are busy. And like when we sang our national anthem, we sang, it should not be in vain. And what I tell people is that I'm going around pleading to people and assuring you that what we are doing now will never. And I remain prayerful. People who have come to pick me from the airport and everything, and just go, oh, why are you always praying? And I say, listen, always asking God, do not allow me, if I have the opportunity, to fail this people. When we did it, somebody said I came here at 2:02 in for campaign. I was here at 2:02, exactly 2:02. He was right. And I told him when he was chairman, when he was bringing, I said, this is how I came to this state when I was starting my governorship campaign. And I told them that night, I remember telling them something that night that all of them felt it was this. And as I said to them in my concluding speech, that if I take public money that I'm not entitled to, God should punish me and my children. Wow. Not because of anything, but God gave me enough. Wow. More than my fair share. More than my fair share. And I said to that anything. I told somebody Dead Biden was sworn in. I said, why will I steal public money? This is the president of America that just declared that he's worth $8.9 million. So why should somebody, for me, being in third world country, when I'm richer than that, steal public money? For private jet, I'm not looking for sophisticated house. I'm not going to buy a house in America because I don't live in America. I'm happy to come here and see good people who live here. I've been coming to America when I was governor, people who say buy a house here. I said, why should I? I don't live here. I will never live here. So if I come to live here, yes. But I live in Onitsha, so I have a house in Onitsha. Professor Patu told me I have told you what we're doing. What we are doing is not about a normal politics. No. It is not about contesting election to be governor. It's not about contesting election to be anything. It is that we can't go on the way we're going today. It is unacceptable. We can't just watch a good country God created with everything. We have good weather. You haven't heard of any catastrophe. We have good food. We have good air. Everything. Human beings that are very, 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 if trained, incredibly talented, and can change the world. And then we allow a situation where just a group of people have criminalized the process and refused to go away. I saw it in Anambra State like a chairman has told you. So Pat has been in this a long time. In fact, people like him at times, I wonder why they are still there, because you get so frustrated that at times you don't even eat. I get to my house and my wife will say to me, listen, Peter, we just eat this food. Don't tell me about the GDP of this place before you eat this food. So Pat has converted his house into, I don't know whether he still has a house or into a movement. And that's what all of us are going through. But I urge you, please do not relent. Do not think what you're doing is in vain. All of us are in it together for our future. Those of you who are here are actually worse off than the ones at home. The ones at home have given up. They have nothing to do again. You who is lucky to have run out of it, thinking you're safe, have become, you're working here and providing, becoming a welfare. Because if you have 10 calls a day, I assure you 10 of them are problems. It then becomes, how can we solve it? What are we going to do? What we're going to do this night is more of interaction. We want to learn. How are we going to do this? How are we going to solve this? Because it's solvable. It's not as if what is happening in Nigeria is something that cannot be solved. It's something that can be solved. People ask me today, how are you going to solve security in Nigeria? Why do we have so much security? What is happening in Nigeria? People ask, why can't we generate power? Why can't we do this? And when they ask you this question, you ask yourself, insecurity in Nigeria. Why would we have insecurity? We have 100 million people living in poverty. When you have young people in their productive age with so much energy doing nothing, you have to have a problem. Even if you do it in America, you're going to have a problem. You know, why can't we have power? Why is it that all you hear in Nigeria is power issue 20, 30 years? Why can't the two things work like? It's cumulative effect of leadership failure over the years, where we've chosen people based on every other thing but not what it should be. So it becomes a problem that we cannot continue in 2023. Our country today is technically bankrupt. Finished. But we're living there. And I say it, if you look at our last economic data, you will see it. We now live in a country where, just to give you an example, first 4 months of this year, from January to April, our federal government revenue is 1 trillion 630 billion naira. Within that period, the expenditure of the same government is 4 trillion 720 billion. So tell me if you have a business where you earn 1 trillion 630 billion and your expenditure is 3 times that, would that business survive? No. So that's not the country you live in. That's the country we still move around and people are answering us of titles that shouldn't be mentioned again. Excellency, distinguished, honorable. For God's sake, it's time to throw them away. Let's begin. Because we have run this country aground. Most of you are educated in Nigeria. You went to the best of schools. I was proud to say you went to those schools. But today, your children can't. Nobody can. You can't even go to your village. Everybody is fearing going to his village. What went wrong? Nothing. So, how did we get here? Becomes the problem. We got here because we've hired the wrong people to do this job. And worse, those of us, which includes all of you, who hired them, have refused to say no when they are going wrong. I flew yesterday with 2 Southwest citizens, Nigerian people, the 4 Yoruba, Igbo, and we were in the plane going from London to Toronto. And while we were talking, I asked one of them, who is in another party? And I asked him, do you know this pilot? He said no. So why did we enter this plane? When we don't know? He said, because the pilot. Where are we going? He said, Toronto. And the pilot is telling us the time the plane will arrive in Toronto. When he finished, I said, that's the problem with your country. That pilot would have been a car driver. And he entered there, and we said, we are going to Toronto. And suddenly, he tells us, sorry, the car has this problem. When I came on board, I noticed. That's what they do when they come. Somebody is promising, I will do this, I'll do this, I'll do this, I'll do this. Like today, I was telling somebody where we are going to move if I have the opportunity, power. And we're going to move from, that we're 4,000 today. And I said to him, we will be at least 200 times that in 4 years. 5 years. And he said to me, Peter, is that a promise? I said it's not just a promise, because I will go if it doesn't happen. I won't wait for the people to ask me to go. What do people do? And I told her the story. I said, let me tell you what people do. They wait when they get into the office and they start telling you, oh, what I saw when I got in. What were you seeing when you were outside? That made you make promise that you're going to solve it. You should see everything before you come in. That's how they do it here. When the president and everything is promising what he will do, he goes into office trying to do what he promised. Not to go there and be giving excuse and telling another story or even moving everybody backwards. I said, no, it shouldn't be. Chairman talked about corruption. Everybody said corruption is a problem. Everybody have promised solving corruption. Corruption is the easiest thing you can deal with. Ain't nobody tell you anything about corruption. If you, the governor, the local government chairman, the president is not stealing, your wife and those around you are not stealing, you reduce it by 70%. Wow. You have to steal for other people to steal. Your family or those around you will steal for other people to steal. And I always challenge people on that. I was governor of Anambra State for 8 years. Go and show me where their money is missing. I've challenged the EFCC, I've challenged ICPC, I've challenged everybody. Go and show me where Anambra State money is missing. But I have to take for commissioner to put his own, for PAMSEC and other people to put their own. And I approve every money that is spent. Every money that is spent. Of course, my wife didn't have opportunity of approving it because from day one, everybody knew that I functioned, and I said yesterday in Canada, somebody asked me a question when I said that there's so much responsibility and cutting cost of governance in Nigeria. That tell me, how will P2B campaign and win a government, and suddenly somebody says an office, calls it office of first lady. Somebody who never campaigned, never moved around, never did anything. And you create an office. My wife, me and my wife are like this. Since I'm here, we've exchanged this thing, but she's not part of this business. So how come? Just we're very close, like this. But you can't set another office, buy convoy, create confusion all over the place for somebody nobody gets to. And the person said to me in Canada yesterday, he said to me, why can't we have office of first lady? And I said, you're in Canada, yes. And I asked people in America, in California, do you have office of first lady? No. I asked him yesterday, I said, here we're in Canada, do you have office of first lady? He said, no. I said, why didn't they have it? Don't they have a wife? He said they have. He said, but there's office of first lady in America. If for the president, I said, let me tell you, Biden's wife is called first lady. But there's no office open with advisors for her. But I'm sure of that. She's called first lady, yes. is First Lady. But there's no office with advisors where you have, as governors, you have special advisor or First Lady or health, First Lady or this. What are they advising her for? She's not elected. But these are what we do. So she will stay there and start approving. That's it. So when you talk about corruption, that is where we have a problem. He's not the one who will even determine who gets maybe even oil license. Great confusion all over the place. That is the corruption. So when you streamline it where these rascalities are not involved, you reduce the corruption. Because it's public money. It is meant for public good. That is what it should be used for. So for me, this night is not to come and do formal. The topic says the role of diaspora. Your role is very important. This evening, somebody told me about brain drain. And I said, watch it. It's very good for Nigeria. No, I said it's very good for Nigeria. You may not know that the turnaround in Asia you are seeing in China and India was because of brain drain. It is those who left China and India when things were difficult, came to America, got educated, made money, that changed their country. How did they do it? Today you are sending money home for social and for consumption. It shouldn't be. We must make those people there productive. Your money will come home as investment. And that is what we want to do with the country. Nigeria cannot continue the way it's going today, because no nation can survive in that. No nation can survive in consumption. Nigeria is not productive. Nigeria is a country of 200 million people with a productive capacity of less than 30% of that population. It cannot work. People ask me, what are you going to do about the Naira? I said it's very simple. Production and export. If you produce and export, he's told you, Chairman has said it, our oil export is $16 billion. All other export included, when I said it that our total export last year was 18.9 trillion naira, which if you convert it by official rate is 47 billion. If you convert it by 650, it's about 30 billion for 200 million people. It's unacceptable. Other third world countries, like Vietnam, we live on a land of 923,000 square kilometers of land. Vietnam live on 331,000, which means they have a third of our land size. And they have 100 million, which is half of our population. Their total export last year was $312 billion without oil. Ours is 30 with oil. That is the crisis we face as a nation. What did they export? They exported manufactured goods, electronics, 60-something billion, clothing, which is all over the place in Aba, Hazel is in Kaduna, everything at $2 billion. Footwear, 20-something billion. They need more footwear than we did in oil. We must stop this. We have a country, and our country must work. We have today one of the most talented youths that if guided and supported, access to finance can become the tech Big tech companies you want everywhere in the world. But nobody supports them. Instead, they are now turning them and say, oh, they are Yahoo boys. They are arresting them. If they carry a laptop, you know, if you carry a laptop in Nigeria, it's an offense. Police can arrest you for arresting them for carrying a laptop. That's how much. Those talents you see, I saw it with Indians while I lived in the UK. And I say it proudly. People thought they were very smart. But what did they do? They turned those talents. Today they are leading in ICT. We have those talents. All they need is guidance. All they need is support. All they need is, like chairman says, stop corruption. Because when you kill corruption, once you allow corruption to thrive, you kill three things that develops a society. You kill entrepreneurship. Nobody thinks in a corrupt country. Nobody's enterprising in a corrupt country. You kill professionalism. Why would you have a professor researching to be a professor when a local government chairman or a councillor earns more money than a professor? We even negotiate with kidnappers now, but we can't negotiate with professors. Why would you have a professor working? It doesn't work. You shut down universities, like we have universities shut down for 6 months, nobody cares. For a country where human capital is already an issue, we are 168 over 172 in human capital development. So it's an issue that you need. Everybody knows that more educated your people are, the better your development. So you have education being stored because we have people who are incompetent in office. And they tell you there's no money. Because that's what they say every day, there's no money. I have been a governor for 8 years. We didn't borrow any money. Never one day did we borrow money. Never one day did we ask anybody to borrow money. We didn't owe anybody. We cleared all our pensions, gratuities, everything. And when I was in office, we left money. I'm not saying there's nothing wrong in borrowing. Every country of the world borrows. America, where you are sitting today, is owing over 80% of their GDP as debt. Every country of the world borrows. Not even Norway. With all their 1.4 trillion sovereign wealth fund, they owe over 50% of their wealth. Of course, China, as big as giant, everything, they're owing over 50% of their GDP. Singapore, that we cite every day, is owing about 120%. Japan, we all know, with the 10th biggest economy in the world, owes about 230% of their GDP. But there's a difference. They borrow the money for investment. We borrow for consumption. When you borrow for consumption, you have a problem. If you borrow for investment, there's something. Japan used the money to help their economy, and whether you like it or not, today, Japan is still the highest owner of US treasuries. So they borrowed, they said, if you call them tomorrow and say, okay, you must bring this money, there's a place they can scratch and pay something. In our own case, it's gone. So we have a crisis. And this is what we want to stop. And how do we do it? We stop it by several means. By first having a competent person with capacity, with commitment, that we're going to solve this problem. That's what Pastor Tom is sacrificing. That's what Chifani Okonkwo and a lot of people. Since I started this journey, I can tell you, I've seen people who would ordinarily not be involved in politics call me and say, Peter, what do you think I'll do? And I say, let me tell you. Seen people who are very highly placed, I say, let me tell you, there is no organ in refugee camp. Just tell you. You can be chairman in your country. But if all of us go to Cotonou, the only person who have job is your driver and gate man. Because gate man will be gate man, driver will be driver. But Oga, no job. you have a crisis. If your country falls, like it's happened to people in Afghanistan, Europe, everything you have is gone. So you are chairman of bank. When you go to Cotonou, can't be chairman. And most of them, I tell them, you can no longer do cleaning job, can no longer do medical, can no longer do anything. If they ask you to clean her, you die. So it is better for you that we save this one. And they are coming out to save it. Their fear is what one of you will ask here. So how are we going to do it? These people are this, these people are that. I said, don't worry. If we all come out, people tell you every day, Peter, oh, they are going to kill you. Peter, you're going to do this. I said, don't forget that when I went to Anambra State, I heard all this. He has no structure. What is his structure? He has no political structure. Those structures are structure of criminality. Which must be dismantled. That structure, that is the structure that has made us not to generate 1,000 megawatts of electricity for 20 years. So what structure are you talking about? Nobody should talk about that structure again. A country of 200 million people is generating 4,000 megawatts of electricity. The biggest country in Africa. The second biggest country in Africa is South Africa. In terms of economy, they are generating 50,000 megawatts of electricity. About 50,000. And guess what? 3 weeks ago, the president of South Africa declared emergency in power. Somebody who is generating 50 declared emergency and authorized that anybody, any company can generate up to 100 megawatts without license. Somebody who is generating about 50,000 declared emergency. Somebody who has 4,000 at the second. The third biggest country in terms of economy is Egypt. If you follow me, you'll see that I was in Egypt within the past 3 months. Egypt, Vietnam, and India had deployed the fastest power in the past 5 years. Between 2015 and 2020, Egypt moved their power from just barely 20,000 to 50-something thousand. How did they do it? Egypt. For God's sake, this is not America, it's Egypt. Vietnam moved from 37,000 to 75,000. Vietnam. This is not America. So they are not nuclear power. This is Egypt. So I decided to go to Egypt. And I wrote them, I said, I want to know how you did it. And I got there and saw from the power plant to the power company to the ministry to everything they showed me was seamless. Pat Tommy knows what they did exactly. What they did was nothing, something anybody can do. So why did they not do? Because the same company is doing something in Nigeria. So I went to them and said, you did this in Egypt, so why not in Nigeria? What happened? They wouldn't tell me. But somebody who is loyal told me, we've been coming to meetings in Nigeria and we told them what happened in Egypt. But they don't want to deal direct with us. Here is the man who can bring power. He knows, I know this man. He is the man who, if I work with him, power will be. And I went and started talking to him. You know why? Corruption. It's a very simple thing. Because it's something I've experienced. I was asked today that when I was governor, there was riot. There was strike by NUT for several months. There was strike by doctors. where was this? And I told the interviewer, I said, don't ask me that question. Because I wouldn't tell you what happened. Because if I say it, I'll be bringing old wounds back, and I don't want to say it, but let me tell you, whatever happened was for the interest of everybody. I said, you know, I was impeached. I was removed from office twice. So don't think that it was all quarrel. My 8 years was 8 years of quarreling with everybody. You know, I told you that if I can rule Anambra State, it wasn't easy. No elite in Anambra State was happy with me for 8 years. And I don't think they are still happy with me today. Still the same thing. But I'm not worried. I'm not promising anybody happiness, including you people here. Support me if I win, you're going to be happy. No, you're not going to be happy. We will fix the place, but you're not going to be happy. If you want happiness, go and look for entertainers and comedians. So I'm sure people like Flavor can pass through here, you'll be happy. With me, you're not going to be happy at all. We'll fix it. I said, well, what happened? I told the interviewer, I said, well, we'll move the education from 26 to number 1. We didn't change the teachers. We didn't change them. But they were not happy. We invested money in education. First year, it didn't change. We invested it twice, it didn't change. Professor told me what happened. I decided, okay, we have to find new managers for this education because we can manage it. So you must go back to those who own the school and we fund it. We didn't change the teachers though. The same people who were teaching when we were 26 were the same people who taught when we were number 1. Wow. All they needed was what they taught me is in Nigeria, people don't do what is expected. They do what is expected. They don't do what is expected. They do what is inspected. We brought people to inspect them. We brought people to supervise them. And we put money to it. And they changed. But they were quarreling with me. What happened? If you go to Nigeria, what chairman told you? We have UBEC in Abuja. UBEC gives us money and we put our own money. You give it to UBEC in Anambra State. Who gives you UBEC in local government? Who now gives you to school? And I said, why won't this money move from Abuja to school? What is all these transit points? Why all these points? All these checking points you see, all but the money. And by the time you get to the school, you will be far less than what is expected. So let it go back to school. Let the school manage their money. Let the church take this money. And people were petitioning. We didn't stop anything. We just said, I don't want to manage money again. This money is from me. Give it to these people. And you're quarreling. Have you ever seen somebody quarreling to work? No. There must be something. But they started complaining. The teachers can't manage school. The parents can't manage this. I always give people an example of what we have with the famous school in Onitsha, KRC, where we said, the principal said they have an erosion. And they want to do the erosion, it will cost them 27 million naira. And Ministry of Environment say it will cost almost 80-something million naira. And I'm arguing with them, they said that the principal is not an engineer, doesn't know about quantities. I said, listen, the person who is in the erosion says he wants 27. You who is the outside say you want 80-something. Why don't you give it to yourself? Let the erosion carry all of them. We got them 27 million. Till today, they fix it. If we are going through government for 87, we'll still be there till today. Variation. So these are the things we want to stop. We We want to use the small resources like every other country do, put it where it's needed. And it will work. If you go today, we are preparing for election, it's as if we are preparing for war. There's no other country happens. If it's, why are we doing like that? Because it is a transactional thing. Any country you see the politicians richer than businessmen, it's a fair country. So people now go about, I'm a governor, His Excellency. He's one who owns buildings. He's one who owns everything. He's one the wife who wears diamond. No. There's something wrong. We must shut it down. If you want to be a business person, for God's sake, America have its own share, billionaires. They move around, but not governor of California. We can no longer stay where people were elected in office, move around like stars. We elected them. I've just come here and I'm begging people to elect me. And tomorrow is the president. The German chancellor came to, and Merkel came to Nigeria with Lufthansa. The British Prime Minister came with British Airways. What do you mean it? What are we talking? This person, Germany today is a country of 3.8 trillion, almost 4 trillion economy. You, who is 400, carries plane to his place. What do you think you're doing? You who is begging for money. And we do this as if, you go to Nigeria today, it is government people that were elected that are living large. People have private jet without daytime job. What kind of country is that? How can governor of California use his cars? He'll be removed the next day. You live in California. It's a 3.3 trillion economy, 8 times Nigerian economy. And the governor cannot use 6 vehicles. You go to Nigeria, where the entire country is 400 billion. A local government chairman now moves in convoy. They even call his wife first lady of local government. That is the level of madness. And we're all keeping quiet. So every day things are getting worse. We're all keeping quiet. My dear people, I want us to have interaction because I'm sure one or two of you want to ask me. But what I'm trying to tell you is that you can be part of this change. You can be part of it. Before I start asking a question, why? I know I will conclude well after asking a question. But before I sit down, let me tell you. If we succeed, when we succeed, starts. Why did I say so? Because what we have seen over the years, I told you about the pilot. What I've been so far every year that Peter Obi, Professor Tommy, I do remember in my prayers, may he not associate himself. He teaches management in school. And the one thing a professor can do is to be part of a fair company when you're teaching management. He's a professor of political economy. So imagine when he is part of bad government. What is he going to tell the students again? That's the end of his lecture. So, what I tell people is that when we succeed, is when your job starts. Because what we do here is that we've all worked hard, like Chairman is working hard today, suddenly Peter is president. And everybody keeps quiet. And this man who says he's going to move power from here to here, is that they're telling people a story and they're listening to him. For God's sake, that's not what we discussed. We agreed something, it's a contract. You said you're going to do this. So, like I said, the man will not say, oh, when I came into the plane, he couldn't start. Or I'm going to take off. We're now going to Lagos instead of Toronto, but we hired him for Toronto. Our flight is to Toronto, not to Lagos. For God's sake. And everybody will now say, they're challenging him because he's an Igbo man, because he's an Hausa man. But that's not true. When we voted this government that is there now, nobody knew the track. But everybody believes it's going to solve this, it's going to solve this, it's going to solve this. Nobody, I'm sure those who followed him, 80% didn't follow him because of tribe. So when you start doing this, you start giving in schools. Please do not be part of it. If anybody succeeds, he was put into office because of his promise. And we must insist. Please, if you know that thing you promise, do it. You might not put 100%. You might not achieve 100% of it. But we want to see 100% effort. I want to know that this vehicle is going the direction we agreed is going. Even if you don't get there within that time, we want to see it. We want you to wake up every morning and say, okay, not that Peter said, oh, we must cut costs of governance, we must do this. Suddenly he goes in there, because we had it. People who said they will sell plane, sell this. Suddenly, they are using the plane, they even bought more. And you ask, what happened? Then they'll tell you, oh, when you go in there, that there's influence, there's difference, there's charm, they tell you all sorts of things. What are you talking? You can cut cost of governance. It is simple. When I became governor, I looked at the budget of the office of governor. It was 3 times the budget of education. And I said, it cannot happen. We need to shut it down. And we look at our cost. We had a beautiful lunch in Abuja. What is Governor of Anambra State doing with the lunch in Abuja? My predecessor bought it for 1 billion, and we cost a lot to make. I said, what are we doing? They said, you don't see what's wrong. Why are we going to have lunch in Abuja? There is in every other state. I said, that's not what I asked you. I didn't say, I know every state, but why? There was no reason. Except that where the governor stays when he goes to Abuja. Why can't the governor stay in a normal hotel and pay 50,000? They said, no. I said, okay, shut it down. Why do we have to have a lodge, guest house, in Oka? Save for governor's visitors. What is the governor doing visitor for? What is it for? They have hotels. If the visitor come, you go to hotel and pay for it. There's so many things we then started shutting down. Just the same thing happened to office of first lady. They said, listen, me and my wife live in the house and we're very close and everything. Why create additional office for this? No. By the time we finish what we're doing, and I tell people, we found out how did I stop using long convoy? It was because of the cost of fuel. what we were paying to buy fuel, to do this, to do that, and everything. And I said, no, we can't be paying 30 million naira for this every month. There must be something. So one day on the road, I stopped everybody and said, I want to know how many vehicles people are inside here that is following me. From almost about 20 cars, only 5. And I said, from today, we need 5. And no more buying on fuel. When I'm in the car, we stop, we buy fuel and pay them. So we didn't have money. And we found out that all these things, because what do? Everybody just says, oh, this is... So we must shut it down and bring it to level of other people. I've traveled with the president of Australia in a plane. I've traveled with the president of New Zealand in a plane. There's nothing wrong in their sitting in business class or anything. He won't deprive them from being president. It doesn't change anything. So why must we have all these luxuries for a highly indebted place that is supposed to be fixed their place? And so when we win, please, don't go away. Don't stay too far. That's when your voice will be stronger. Because if we fix it, like I said, the first investors that will come back to stable Nigeria is you. Don't think the foreign investor. It is you that will bring the foreign investor. My neighbor, I lived in England for 10 years. My neighbor is an Indian. He went to LSE, and guess what? He from UK, he went to do the factory in India. That factory was exporting their product to the UK. He was making money. He borrowed money like me in England, went to his place, built the factory. I was telling you how the Asians change their place. It is money they borrowed from here, money they made from here, that they invested. The difference is that you can't do it. Because if you go there now and invest anything, they'll eat it. So, you need that place to change. Your money should be an investment home. That investment is supposed to help your hard work here. And then create job for people there. Not that you're listening, you're not the funeral director. We will have to pay for everybody who died to bury them. No. You don't have to do this welfare. They have to be productive with your own resources. That is what you are going to do. That's why I said that brain drain will be a brain gain if we can secure. And what we need in Nigeria to do that? Security. If Nigeria is secure today, there's law and order, there's rule of law, there's human capital, there's power. 5 things. The rest is your job. There's nothing in America. What is powering here? 50% of this country's GDP is intangible assets, which is just rule of law, security. That's the only thing. So you can drive around, you're sure that if anything happens to you, you can call police. You can go to court. Nothing else. That is 50% of their GDP. That's why everybody's coming. If we do the same thing in our place, you will come back and invest. And that is what people like Pat are going around preaching, that we will provide. Because we want you to come back and invest our money. We want you to help us to create that job. We want to be able to pull our people out of poverty. What we are going through today happened in Brazil, happened in Mexico, there's so many countries of the world that have gone through this. They didn't have to do anything. They just brought the right leadership and it was changed. So let your sacrifice not be in vain. My appeal to you is, please, do not give up on Nigeria. You have no other country. We have no other country except that one. And we can change it. Election of 2023 will not be by tribe. It will not be by religion. It will not be entitlement. It will not be by any consideration, no connection. It must be based on character, competence, capacity, and commitment. God bless you.
Thank you very much. The audio from our, the audio, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a very wonderful night. This is the best of the best since Nigeria democracy. We've never had it like this. Listening to presidential candidates addressing the nation like this, especially in diaspora. Once again, I want to remind
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Answered many of them, but anyway, I will still ask them. I will take it 5 questions at a time. After the first 5 questions, I'll ask the first 5 questions and you answer them, and then my very good friend, Dr. Cliff S. Eke, will ask the next 5. Here we go. The first question. Mr. Obi, as much as Nigerians in diaspora send remittances home that help Nigeria's economy, they should also be able to have a say in Nigeria's governance. What will you do when you become president to enable Nigerians in diaspora vote in Nigeria's elections?
Let me start by again thanking all of you for your sacrifice. But what I want us to do this night is, I know it's giving me this 4 questions. Let me assure you, I know how busy you are, and I know how important time is to you. But I'll remain here as long as you want. I'll be the last person to leave this place, and I'll make sure that tonight is worthwhile for you. I'm not going to answer the first question because I've said it repeatedly. If Ghana and Kenya, diaspora, can vote, the only reason why Nigeria diaspora is not voting is because of the same structure we want to dismantle. Because the structures know that if they vote, they will not vote for them. And I assure you, this is the last election that diaspora will not vote for.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, thank you. Isn't this wonderful, guys? Clap for yourselves. Beautiful. And let's clap for ADPI for putting this together. So I have some questions, Your Excellency. My name is Dr. Cliff Eke. I'm a general and thoracic surgeon here. And I have a lot of my mentors, physicians, nurses in the audience. And I want to ask you a health question, very important. You know, health is wealth, right? If you don't have your health, we can't talk about politics, we can't talk about good government. Yes. So how would you solve the healthcare problem in Nigeria, including infrastructure, access to care, medical education and residency training, exodus of doctors and healthcare professionals, as well as medical tourism? I'll let you answer that. I have more questions.
Say everything you want. Again, you know, I said, Doc, I've come to learn. So it's not every question that I've answered. Let me tell you, as governor of Anambra State, the Nigerian Medical Council, Doc, I hope you listen. The Nigerian Medical Council shut down our University College of Medicine. And I asked them why. They said because we did not have a teaching hospital. So we can't have school of medicine without teaching hospital. So I said, what will happen to the students that have 4 years? They said they can graduate as in biology, in chemistry, in anything, but they cannot continue in medicine. And I said to them, what if I build teaching hospital in 2 years? They said it never happened in Nigeria. I said, please, give me a chance to do it. They refused, but the chairman of the council was a wonderful man, Professor May. He said, let's give this boy opportunity. He saw it, So they gave me the opportunity. Bro, you know what I did? I invited all the professors of medicine from Anambra State. They came to my office, led by Professor Akwakapu, and I said to them, I want you to do me a favor. This is what I'm faced with. I want you people to help me to design, do what we can do to build a college of medicine in 2 years. I'm not going to pay you people 1 naira. Nothing. You will help. This is your own sacrifice. You're a professor. I'm not. So tell me what I'm going to do. I can tell you they were wonderful people. 16 of them. They spent so much. Let me remember this professor from Nnewi that is still in UNTH now. It was so contributory. And we delivered it in 2 years. It's the fastest, but the Nnewi University Teaching Hospital is the fastest teaching hospital ever built in Nigeria. Not because of me, but we hired people because we have Prof. I know Mbono. Mbono was one of them. Mbono was the person and Abaka who assembled the team. But there's a younger professor from Nnewi that is in UNTH. If you remember him, he was what they sent you, but they did it. If you ask Professor Mbono, ask Abaka, they will tell you. They were more office every day. I said, the only thing I can buy people is the lunch. But no. What am I saying? That's exactly what we want to do. You know John Willow? A Nigerian doctor that lives in Atlanta, John Willow. I don't know him. I was in Atlanta as governor. And I read in a magazine about a doctor who participated in heart surgery while the heart is pumping. And they wrote and said it's Joe Mwilo. Somebody said, oh, it's from Nigeria. So I ran into him. I said, where are you from? He said, it's from Anambra State. I said, Dr. Joe, if I go to your village and build a heart center, can you come there from time to time as part of your contribution to operate people? They will not be able to pay you what they pay in America. John Willow said he will use his connection to bring the equipment, and he'll be coming there 2 times every year to do the operation for free. And he told me it will cost, he did all the design and say it will cost about 300 million naira. I wrote the check, gave it to a church-owned hospital in his village in Adazin. They built the health center there. As I tell you, it's the best health center east of the Niger, and John Willow comes there with his team, mostly foreigners, twice a year. Any of you can make inquiry. Verify. So, when that said this, doctor, that's what we need from people like you. Anybody, leadership and learning is inseparable. Anybody that knows everything is an idiot. Don't work with the person. I don't know everything. So we are going to do what is possible. But that's why I said that I'm going to use the brain of the people who are here to say, and it is so incredible. Most of you want to give it for free. All they want is for something to be good. That's why we must not. I must not come here. Look at some of you contributing for the election. Why will I come here, take your money, go and save public money again? You can't abuse grace of God. That is the abuse of grace of God. Not by His grace. So we need people like you. We are collecting names. If I succeed, remember what I said, that if I will come here, we are going to come and say, come and help. Come and do this. If I tell you that what Utom is doing is one of those things that is rare, it's not because he's here. He's converted his house, everything into this project. Not even how Nigerians work. I can become governor tomorrow and say, this Utom man is a very useless man. Why is he speaking English every day? I'm telling you, that's what they do in Nigeria. Once they study, the labor does who help them to be there. One thing, and they don't want to see them. She finally came to pick me at the airport. He doesn't need that. But what we want to do is to have people who behave like human beings. That I came to California, these people supported me. They expected something. Why would I go and start telling them another story that when I got there, I met the snake who was stealing money. I met this snake. I should be able to kill out those snakes. But you start with this snake that swallows money. Start with him one piece. Who steals money? No, you don't need to meet them again. I want to meet all of them now and deal with them. So it's a very good question. The rest assured, there's a team part put together that is doing something on health. I'm sure, Prof, your team is working on that. What I will do, I assure them that whatever you write here, Peter will implement. Where I can't, I'll come back to you people and say it is not going to work. This is the reason. But it's not going to work. It's not an excuse. The job of a leader is not complain. It's to find solution and offer solution.
Wonderful response, Your Excellency.
There is docs for Peter Obi, doctors for Peter Obi, and there are many doctors in America who are part of that. We had a listening clinic 2 weeks ago, and they were speaking from all over the place. So that movement will become part of this transformation of the whole healthcare system.
What you said that is very important, and we're going to put him there. The doctors, they came on their own, and I told them whatever you people decide, and that's how we have it in different sectors. Just tell me what to do, but remember what I say. And I told them that don't go away, because the problem is that, oh, we've elected him, you go away. They might start turning the whole thing upside down. That's when you stay and keep reminding him, be on the path.
Wonderful. And I'm aware of doctors for P2B. A lot of my friends are part of it. And I would like to inform you that I'm the president-elect of the Association of Nigerian Physicians in the Americas. And I've been to Oka for missions. A lot of us here, we just went to Edo State. And we did over 300 operations and 10,000 patients seen. So we have work to do, and I'm glad you're open. All right.
Some of you don't know. If a nation gets everything right, or its politics wrong, everything is wrong. If a nation gets everything right, but its politics wrong, everything is wrong. Because with politics, you're talking about leadership and governance. And the foundation to getting politics right is accountability. Governance is about service to the people. And that cannot be achieved successfully without accountability. Public office holders must be accountable to the people. It's like answerability. You must be able to answer the people. That is why, especially in democracy, that's why they say democracy is government of the people, by the people, for the people. So it's about the people, not about the leader. So the leader must periodically subject itself to public accountability. And you say, oh no, they don't do that. But it's for you to demand that. I was just speaking to people, and I said, the problem in our dear nation is that people think the leader knows everything. The leader should do everything right. No. It's like that all over the world. There's no place where the leader does everything right. You can check from what is happening in America now. It is the people that are demanding, who want this. You elected them. When they were campaigning, they were telling you all the good things. There was something they offered. Electing them is more like you going to market or going to anywhere to buy something.
Leader chairman.
It's a promise in a product. That's why you paid for it.
Of progressive governance.
The leader you voted for.
And the chairman of our party.
I promise that if you vote me in.
Aliko, you are in Kapsan today. Therefore, I came to my shoe. But very, very glad to see all of you. I'm very glad before the governors present here, but respectfully bowing to you, the private sector, the engine of growth. All the protocols has been observed and courtesies extended to all of you. Thank you. Thank you for being here to listen. Only a paraphrase of what we are going to be able to talk about. But the journey is a winding and the road is slippery when wet. Nigeria stands at the threshold between indifference and greatness, prosperity and poverty, the future and the past. The door is ajar. Together let us open it so that we may cross over to the better side and secure for this beloved nation is final and it is finest destiny. The productive and beneficial thing we seek to do lie in the sole domain of one sector. They reside in the cooperation between government and the private sector. I see no conflict between the business community and government. Yet, with equal conviction, I believe the private sector and government should constantly be at war. But they wage this battle not as enemies. They must stand as inseparable allies, combating the mutual enemies of scarcity, underdevelopment, joblessness, and fear. This bad thing breed. For this reason, to join you in this battle, I am honored to meet with you, the leaders, the business community, and private sector. Lagos is an appropriate venue to do it. You may have heard that I was once a governor of this state, if you didn't know before. I was once governor. May I remind you that when I first entered office, Lagos was a different story. I listened to the current governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu. I feel thrilled. I thought my day was made. I don't have to address you again. He said it all. My team and I developed a blueprint, a master plan for Lagos. I can say that plan has been largely successful. We turned this state into a safer, more prosperous, place where people can go about and about any legitimate vocation or venture, regardless of their ethnicity, religion, region, or prior social status. We did more than open Lagos for business. We opened the door for all Nigerians to join and experience the recent things progressive democratic governance can bring. We were not perfect, but we did a lot. In doing so, we work hand in hand with the business community as partners, sharing the same goal of prosperity and renewed hope. Well, as you might have heard at some point recently, I now stand before you seeking a bigger yet similar job. The pragmatic problem solving and teamwork, unbreakable teamwork that improves Lagos is what I want to bring to the nation. I ask you to help as the task ahead is doable but difficult. Here I will say something that captures the essence of our economic challenge. Each of us has the voice, this belief, before in various ways, and you own your words. Each time I say or hear it, I become humbled by the enormity of what we face. Yet, I'm also inspired that we can surmount this great challenge. From its very inception, our political economy has been imbalanced and in need of major reform. Our political economy is much too dependent on the export of raw materials or unfinished goods and the import of increasingly expensive finished products. Over the course of the time, gains from natural resource exports will prove largely insufficient to meet the rising cost of imports, let alone support even the most basic demand of modern democratic governance. The time is now to cure this lapse. It's a disease. We must cure it. And time is of essence, for it does not wait for any man or nation. We commend the work of a prior administration, especially the present government. They did their best. This government has performed with the patriotism and commitment during trying times. If you don't know it was trying time, I know. And many Nigerians know. But we simply must go further and faster. My experiences in both private sector and elective office afford me a special appreciation of economic potency that close collaboration between government and the business community can bring. allow me to share a few ideas that provide some insight into my vision for a more prosperous and secure nation, where hope is renewed and despair is rebuffed. Well, regular dialogue. All Nigeria must invest in a better future. We must maintain the channels and spirit of respectful and productive dialogue. At the same time, at times, what I say may help you. Other times, what you say may enlighten me. I must listen. We must always talk and converse with the best of intentions, just as this open door policy is with me before the election. I shall continue to honor it, and after the election, I will continue to respect it. To revive the industry, yes, we have to. We shall bring the nation's industrial policy to life. Key to this is our aim to create major and minor industrial hubs in each of our geographical zones. We created this geographical zone artificially so that we can communicate and grow faster from bottom up. We shall not be satisfied by bolstering traditional sectors. We will foster productive excellence in new areas such as light manufacturing and Nollywood entertainment sector through active participation in digital economy. We shall make Nigeria a leader instead of a bystander. This is in the fourth industrial revolution. We must target, and we will, I assure you, target growth at very least. We must achieve GDP growth of minimum 6%, if not 10% per annum. Promote agriculture. We shall continue to press reforms in the sector that will increase productivity, improve farm incomes, while lowering food prices and bring enough food to the table of ordinary people. Power. Nigeria, I am determined. They are Nigerians? I am determined, I repeat, to give you the affordable and reliable power you need to drive your businesses in a way that lifts the entire economy and ordinary person. We must produce. We cannot produce without constant electricity. It's crucial. And we have what it takes to bring this electricity to you all. We have the gas. We have the sun. We have the wind. We have the water. What are we waiting for? Therefore, we must produce and buy. We must produce. Please note. Then buy Nigeria. We see a consumer credit revolution. Work in concert with the banking industry. And I saw many of you here. I am excited. Very, very happy indeed. Led by the CBN, we must establish affordable credit that enables the purchase of more cars made in Nigeria. The construction of more homes built in Nigeria. Bring the money home. The standard of living rise and strengthens. The business sector shall increase in so many folds. Build Nigeria. We must continue with the expansion of infrastructure commenced by the current government. From our roads and ports, you've lands of the deep sea port. It took a while. It took strong determination and perseverance. For me, standing before you here, to start the dream and realize the goal of that seaport. Continue the expansion of the infrastructure. Land and water management. All catchment area must be studied to stem humanitarian and economic tragedy visited on us by seasonal flood. Do we need a back-to-back channelization? Do we need dredging? Regular? We need secondary and primary drainage system. We need reticulation of our farmland. I have saved the most single important point for last. May I conclude with my thought on security. We shall continue to fight against insecurity by redefining our counterinsurgency doctrine and practice. Our response to terror, kidnapping, and violent criminality will be defined by the following elements. We shall enlist more people in the armed forces, security services, and the police. Our forces shall be given better tactical communication mobility as well as improved area and ground surveillance capacity. Through this and other measures, we shall identify, monitor, track, and defeat the evil groups where they are anywhere. small inch of our land. We shall have no respite until they surrender or are ultimately defeated. What I've shared today is a brief overview of some thoughts on how to improve and protect our beloved nation. Town Shami, town hall meeting is but first of many sessions I would like to hold with you, the business community. Since you came as a group, I came as a member of your team. My esteemed and exceptionally able running mate, Shetima Kasim, will share his thought on key aspects of our action plan. Will we be followed by others who represent our now and tomorrow? You think young, you build young, you develop future leadership, you make a tomorrow better than today because of your faith and their capacity to dream, wonder, and believe that a nation is not driven by itself, but the content and the people who resides in it, who will not be satisfied with the average standard of living. A nation like Nigeria, the giant of Africa, it will move, crush all enemies, bring progress and prosperity for us today and tomorrow. Thank you for listening. Thank you very much.
Keep. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for your patience. I'm Andrew Seeley, Executive Vice President of the Woodrow Wilson Center. I'm here to greet you on behalf of Jane Harman, our President and CEO, who wishes she could be here today to welcome His Excellency Babatunde Fashola. Well, I'll introduce in just a second. Jane Harman is actually up in New York. We have a series of events going on with Concordia that are going on at the same time as the UN General Assembly. And so we actually have an event going on either yesterday or today with a series of events, but one is actually with Ellen Johnson Sirleaf and Joyce Banda. President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf and former President Joyce Banda, who is a distinguished scholar here at the Wilson Center and the Center for Global Development. So we have split duties here, but I have the great fortune of being able to then introduce His Excellency Fashola, who is a minister not of one, but of three portfolios of power, works, and housing with the government of Nigeria, and he is the former governor of Lagos State. And I should say, if I may editorialize, we have been looking forward for some time to having Minister Fashola here since he was governor. His reputation, I think, precedes him as someone who has innovated and really looked at ways of both public service and how you use public authority to improve people's lives, and is now doing so in a very important way on the national stage. So it's a great honor to have you here with us today, and the wait was worth it, I know.
Yes, absolutely.
Before we get started, let me take a moment to welcome our friends in the African Diplomatic Corps, members of the Africa Program Advisory Council, the Nigerian and larger African diaspora community, and other distinguished guests. Welcome to all of you. The Wilson Center follows events on the ground in Africa very closely and strives to address key issues impacting Africa and U.S.-Africa relations. It seeks to be the leading institution for in-depth research and dialogue by bringing the voices and perspectives of African scholars, practitioners, and leaders, both public and private, to bear on these issues. In this vein, we're very excited today to hear directly from an African practitioner, one who has been widely recognized for his remarkable transformative reforms as governor of Lagos State in Nigeria. This event is especially significant to the Wilson Center as it marks the launch of the Africa Program's project on inclusive governance and leadership in Africa, which will highlight key leadership and governance challenges, distill lessons learned from innovations across the national, state, and local levels, and provide options for strengthening the institutions, systems, and processes that underpin effective governance. And this is something that Dr. Monde Muyangwa, who we will hear from in a moment, has written about extensively and worked on for many years. It's also something, obviously, Minister Fashola is known for, and we're very honored to have him as part of this launch. The role and place of good governance and leadership cannot be underestimated in any country, including those in Africa. The challenges facing many young countries make good governance and leadership that much more important. Fairly or not, Africa has not always been viewed as the model for effective and inclusive people-centered governance, and often overshadowed by these issues are the leaders making a positive difference at various levels of society, striving to deliver services and provide the effective governance that their citizens demand. A more nuanced look at leadership and governance is critical to Africa's future, and the Wilson Center's Africa program endeavors to do just that, provide the platform to assess achievements and ongoing challenges, and to offer pragmatic solutions for African and U.S. practitioners and policymakers. As a leader renowned for spearheading reform in the megacity of the state of Lagos, it is fitting that His Excellency Babatunde Fashola speak at the launch of the Africa Program's project on inclusive governance and leadership. The governor of Lagos State from 2007 to 2015, His Excellency Fashola is widely recognized too for improving service delivery and enhancing government responsiveness and transparency. A key minister in President Buhari's cabinet, His Excellency Fashola is now responsible for the combined ministerial portfolios of power, works, and housing. Any one of those three would be a significant portfolio in Nigeria. He has all three. Your Excellency, we're honored to have you with us today, and it's my pleasure to turn the microphone over to Dr. Monde Muyangwa, Director of the Wilson Center's Africa Program. Monde.
Thank you. Thank you, boss. Appreciate you getting us off to the good start. I wish to join Dr. Seli in welcoming all of you to the Wilson Center, and I especially want to thank Minister Fashola for finding the time to join us here. I first heard him speak, it's probably about 3 years ago at the colloquium up in Brown University for Professor Chinua Achebe, and I was struck by his comportment, the way he answered some really tough questions about why he was there. I think at the time he was under heavy criticism for having attended that event, and he struck me as extremely thoughtful. And when I came to the Wilson Center and we thought through what the Africa program should be about, at the core of the issues that we need to address on the African continent are issues of leadership and governance. And honestly, I could not think of a better person to help us launch this program on governance and leadership in an African context than the minister himself. So I spent the last 2 years basically stalking him. And I am absolutely delighted that he is here with us today. As Andrew mentioned, this is a formal launch of the Africa's program's work on inclusive governance and leadership. And that the minister is here is critically important. But I want to step back for a moment and just set the context as to why this issue of leadership and governance in Africa is so important, which would then serve as a backdrop to the minister's remarks. We here, and as many African citizens also, believe that leadership and good governance are the foundations for peace, security, and sustainable development on the continent. And while some African countries have made significant progress in this regard, including on the democratic governance front, we still have many, many challenges ahead of the continent. To put it bluntly, the narrative on leadership and governance in Africa has largely focused on presidential leadership. And presidential leadership does matter, and it can make the biggest difference for a country. But it isn't the only level of leadership that matters. The fact that presidential leadership, or the narrative on presidential leadership in Africa, has often been couched in negative terms and defined by the struggles and inabilities of leaders to deliver basic needs and services for the vast majority of the citizens, defined often by some presidents who have adopted multi-party elections but not qualitative democracy or good governance practices, defined largely by a disconnect between leaders and their people in a way that brings into question the very connection between leadership and public service, and in some cases defined by leaders who defy term limits in order to hang on to power forever. Then there are also those who see not just individual, but also generational differences in approaches to leadership and governance. These are all legitimate issues and questions. And as people who work on African issues, as people who are African, we should not shy away from these issues. Yet, it is also important to note that often lost in this negative narrative on leadership and governance are African leaders at a multiplicity of levels who understand leadership as public service, who have worked effectively to deliver basic needs and services to ordinary citizens, and who have worked to transform their communities, states, and countries for the better. We do the continent and the issue a huge disservice when we fail to acknowledge this experience, or to take a more comprehensive yet nuanced and layered understanding of leadership and governance questions in Africa. So for us here at the Wilson Center, the questions that we want to ask are, what lessons, good and bad, can we draw from these leaders in terms of understanding leadership in an African context, where in many cases the nation state is fairly young and the nature and scope of the state itself can be contested. On the continent where development challenges are such that service delivery is daunting. On a continent where African citizens have struggled to hold leaders accountable. And how can we best customize and amplify on the good lessons and practices while steering away from the negative practices? One of the things that struck me about the minister is that he was not shy about talking about both the challenges and the positive aspects of what he felt he had accomplished. And that level of introspection, personally, is something that I have found wanting when you're talking to some political leaders on the African continent. And so what I hope the minister is going to do in helping us think through these issues as he offers his remarks here today. We've asked him to talk about his experience as a governor of Lagos, and now in his current position as super minister of those three portfolios that we talked about, to reflect on the core lessons, good and bad, that we can take from this experience, to reflect on how he sees leadership broadly across the continent and what it is that leadership should be about on the African continent. The minister really doesn't require an introduction, so I won't take away from his time by introducing him, because Andrew has already done that, and many of you are familiar with what he attempted to do with Lagos and what he actually achieved in Lagos. And so with that, I will turn the microphone over to the minister. He will speak to us for about 30 minutes, and then we will engage in a Q&A with the minister. Minister Fashola, thank you so much for coming, and the microphone is yours, sir. Wherever you're comfortable.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I think that Dr. Seli and Dr. Muyangwa have been extremely generous in their compliments, and I'm deeply humbled. And let me start first by acknowledging the commitment and the very persevering disposition of Dr. Muyangwa, working with Professor Morogbe, who was my lecturer in the university, to finally bring me here. And as she said, it's taken the better part of 2 years. It's been so understanding. We've moved the event at my will and because of my partly unforgiving schedule, but she never complained and she's agreed to every suggestion. But after moving it back and forth, I am here and I hope that it would all be worth our while. I've put together some notes here, which I will probably share when I'm done for those who perhaps are interested in further exploring the pits and falls of my thoughts. But I think that leadership could not be discussed by a speech. If I attempted to give one, it would take a whole day and we wouldn't be done. So I would rather, therefore, confine myself to the remarks, perhaps just to highlight some of the things I think we should talk about, and I leave you to the audience who watch us really to direct the discussions, and maybe then I can offer what limited experience and I have. But I again have to thank Dr. Muyangwa, because she, before my arrival, issued a press statement which she titled A Conversation with Babatunde Fashola. She gracefully shared it with me. And so I think she has provided what I call useful props around which to discuss the subject of leadership and politics of reform in Africa and the lessons from Nigeria. Importantly, she highlighted some of what she has alluded to just a few minutes ago, the focus on the presidency, whereas there were capable leaders across all levels of society. She also talked about identifying what the biggest challenges facing Africa on the leadership and governance fronts were. And of course, she raised the question about how leaders can engage or balance vested interests to tip the scales in favor of the kind of positive change that benefits the vast majority of ordinary people. And she also mentioned how change can be institutionalized so that governance reforms persist beyond one leader's tenure. I think there are very useful props around which I will speak. And so I think, first of all, that the question of leadership must be set in a context, understanding that nations and communities are different, they are diverse in their history and in the level of their evolution and their progress. And therefore, if we looked to perhaps some of the most underdeveloped places and the most developed places, security will still be an issue, but it will be of different complexities. Healthcare remains a global issue, even in the most advanced economies. So does education. It's an ongoing. And so I start from the point of looking in the mirror and looking at ourselves. Because we are at the heart of these issues, people, the human civilization. And if we look at reforms as, in a very simplistic word, to alter or to change something, perhaps we are the paradox. We live in a life that is changing every day, yet we are creatures of habit. Somehow we pursue change so relentlessly from our very earliest ancestors. And somehow there seems to be a habitual nature about us. And then we resist the change. And I've used the example of us. So let's imagine in our homes, there's probably a favorite chair where you watch TV, your soap, your sports program, or in the classroom, your corner in the classroom, and your regular desk mate, or indeed your office, cluttered with paper but you know where everything is. So let's apply reform. The janitor comes and cleans your office, tidies it up, improvement. And then your spouse moves that favorite corner, which was not the best angle perhaps for your neck. Or somebody changes your sitting position in the classroom. How would you feel when you come in? Angry? Irritated? Dissatisfied? But that's the burden that our leaders face, altering our lives. Oftentimes, that's why we voted them. Alluding to the question of keeping reforms, we decide that in any event, leaders must go after 4 or 8 years, no matter how well they have done. So we say it's time to go. Term limits, which is very good. But yet we want some of the things they did to remain when a new leader comes. And I ask the question, again, looking in the mirror, how many of us will keep an apartment in the same way that the last occupant occupied it when we move in? And I think it is in that context that we must really then understand my view that the challenge that leaders face requires them to be extremely knowledgeable, because implementing reforms requires interfering with the existing order. And no matter how bad the existing order is, somebody has a vested interest in it. So a bad road, there's a vested interest. It might require that somebody's property yield. That person has a vested interest in his or her property. So you will face resistance. And because we are creatures of habit, we hold on to the vested interest because that is what we know. The leader's responsibility is to transpose us, as it were, to see what he is seeing, which is often very difficult. And that is the heart of communication. What is enough communication? I have not heard any leader in recent times, and perhaps in a long time, and perhaps never, ever accused of over-communicating. All we hear is we don't know what they are doing. They are not telling us, even if they're on TV every day. So what is enough communication? Should the leader reach everybody? Even if he did, be mindful that not everybody voted for him. So this for me are the issues. In my notes, I have talked about the test case. I've used our tariff reviews earlier this year as one of the difficult issues of reform. Tariff reviews to bring electricity pricing to commercial competitiveness. The first response was a resistance that the discos and the operators didn't tell them what was happening. But all the law required them to do was to issue adverts, and there was evidence that they did. The law entitled them to recover their investments and some profit, which was what they were seeking to do. There was hardly any serious dispute that they needed to recover. The question was, how many people have been told? I met documents, records, proceedings of hearings, consultative meetings that took place in the various business units of the 11 distribution companies. But nevertheless, representatives of those who protested the loudest were the first to say no, they were not consulted. But the law did not say who you should consult. It just said stakeholders. What was the reaction? Oh, there was a 45% increase. But that was not true, at least not accurately. Because there were different classes of subscribers. The most vulnerable subscribers under the classification R1 did not have their tariffs changed. So therefore, it is not true to say that there was a 45% increase. The tariffs differed from disco to disco, the distribution companies, we call them discos. The tariff rates differed from disco to disco. And so the changes were not uniform, and therefore it was impossible to increase uniformly by 45% what was different across board. Now, the resistance to the review also overlooked the fact that there was a capacity charge that was in the old tariff order that consumers didn't like. This new tariff order had removed it. But it's a test case for what is enough communication or what is insufficient communication. Now, I've spoken about knowledge as a requisite for leadership, and I also would argue that consensus building is a very strong requirement. And of course, allied to that is communication. Now, on the African continent, how do you communicate? And for those who speak of Africa, who are not Africans, I like to make this point very quickly. Africa is not a state. It's over 1 billion people. Previously kingdoms, empires in their own rights. Many nationalities within them, speaking different languages, holding different religious beliefs. And so, in Nigeria, for example, the language of business is English. And there are about 3-4 major languages widely spoken, and Pidgin, a corruption of English and the local language. So if I were to enunciate policy, after I have done this to this audience, I haven't communicated until I transcribe everything I have said into Hausa, into Fulfulde, into Yoruba, into Igbo. And then perhaps, in order to catch everybody, put some of it in Pidgin. But there are some people who still don't speak those 4 languages. So those are the challenges that I believe some, if not all, leaders face. And whether you are in Africa or you are in Asia or you are in Europe, the increasing platforms for communication have become so multiplied. And the attention span for receiving information, there's a body of science that suggests that you must hear something up to 7 times. Now, on what platform are you getting it? On your email, on Twitter, on Snapchat, or Instagram, or on your text? So these are the dilemmas that beset leaders now. But I think that we must look to ourselves more closely. We must ask ourselves how fair it is to ask others to do for us what we cannot do for ourselves. And the kind of support that we in turn give back. Still dealing with consensus building and communication, I spoke about mindfulness. And I think it's a very, very important concept, being mindful. Understanding that you're responsible for people's lives. Understanding that what you do or fail to do determines whether or not their aspirations will be met or will be dashed. Understanding that whether they lose their lives, their properties, depends on how you react or fail to react. And understanding that within the concept of leadership, there are perhaps two extremes. The status of the office and the responsibility of the office. And if you focus more on the responsibility of the office, you are beginning, perhaps in my view, to be more mindful. Of course, if you focus on the status, you're almost inevitably likely to lose your job. Now, within mindfulness, perhaps is the issue of the ego. We all have egos, every one of us, big and small, brittle and tough. Now, building consensus requires you to understand that the ego is yours. You don't belong to the ego, you own it. And so if your ego controls you, you won't build consensus because it will require you constantly to compromise. Because you are mindful that your compromise is not in your interest, it is in the interest of the people for whom you are responsible. And it becomes the more so in a democratic setting where the head of the executive has to work with parliament. A parliament that is as diverse. In Nigeria, at the federal level, you have 108 senators, 360 congressmen from across. How do you build consensus? So I think leaders must also be masters of their own ego so that they can see through the reason why they hold office, that it is not about them, it is about people. And perhaps this is where the concept of servant leadership comes in, and that is why a 70-year-old man, an 80-year-old man will serve you as a cafeteria even though he's old enough to be your grandfather. He's managed his ego, he's doing a job. He's there to serve. He's there to clean your office. He's there to clean your shoes. And the same kind of mindfulness, compromise, determination to deliver the chore is what is needed at the larger level. I concluded by, of course, providing a summary about what is happening in Nigeria vis-a-vis our economy and what I am doing in my ministry to contribute my own part. My position is that we're in a recession because of what we did yesterday. And I've drawn the allegory of the patient because there's a suggestion out there that you shouldn't talk about yesterday. That now that you're in government, yesterday is unimportant. I disagree. Yesterday remains very important because it helps us to understand today and to project tomorrow. And yesterday will also remain important when the time comes because it will be a referendum of what we have done compared to what happened yesterday. So for those who do not want to hear about yesterday, I'm sorry, I can't help them. We have to talk about yesterday. And the allegory of the patient that I used is that if a patient turns up at a physician's clinic and says, I have running stomach, my stomach hurts, the first question you're likely to hear is, what did you eat yesterday? And that is the diagnosis that helps the doctor say, okay, Your stomach pain is your recession. That's a symptom. What you ate yesterday. And so we're going to change your dietary habits. Don't eat what you ate yesterday because you are lactose intolerant, or and so on and so forth. And then going forward, you know what to do not to have the same condition again. And I think that as tough as it is, globally, and Nigeria not excluded, there's an immense opportunity here, because I think the problems that I have seen since I assumed office are not technical, they're man-made. And so long as they're made by men and women, it's going to be dealt with. It's going to require men and women who sign up to serve, who are determined, who refuse to be defeated, like our president and his team, to solve the problem. So I'm hopeful, and I think that Nigeria's best days are ahead of her, and this is an opportunity, really, to rebuild the fundamentals of our economy, our governance, and so much more. So I won't take any more time. I think that the specifics of the issues that agitate you, I hope I will be able to respond to. I thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Fashola. I think a very thoughtful presentation on the qualities of leadership and how you then translate that for the benefit of the people. Here's what I'm going to do. Normally I would sit here and ask our speaker some questions, but I see a full house, so I'll forgo my time. But what I would like to do is just very quickly talk about the rules of engagement, and I need you all to work with me. I can be a pretty tough person if you don't work with me. So if you look around you, the room is full. So what I'm going to do is I will take 3 questions at a time. If you want to ask a question, raise your hand. We'll acknowledge you. Somebody will bring a microphone to you. You have 1 minute to either ask a question or make a comment. We'll take 3 questions at a time. When you get the mic, please identify yourself by name, your institutional affiliation, if any, and then direct your question or comment to the minister. However, before I reach out to the audience, we have a number of questions that have followed you all the way from Nigeria that came via email. So this is a question from Lagos, Nigeria. Monday, please ask the minister this question. He is reputed to have governed Lagos well. But is it not that Lagos is easier to govern more than any other part of Nigeria? There is more revenue. Up to 70% of Lagos revenue is generated within the state. No other states have up to 30%. Secondly, Lagos is cosmopolitan. No village or rural communities. The citizenry is largely educated. So from my perspective, I think the city is easier to govern. That is why governors in the states tend to outperform others. From the minister's perspective, is this true? And if not, why has he been unable to repeat the same performance in Abuja? So, Minister Fashola, that's a tough one to begin with, but I'll take 2 more and then we'll turn it over to you, sir. So I acknowledge my brother in the blue shirt over there. Okay, please.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Tolu Balade. I'm actually from Lagos State, so yeah. Shout out to Fashola. All right, moving on. I have a very important question. Basically, we've talked about infrastructure a lot, and then now you're the Minister of Power and Works. So we've talked about infrastructure a lot in the sense of how infrastructure can basically lead to like a positive cascading effect in basically boosting GDP. So infrastructure in the sense of 2 things that I'm going to ask you about. How exactly do you feel as the Minister of Works you're going to help, let's say, just a Lagos State in the sense of electricity, because we know it's not constant at this point in time. And then we've talked about the privatization of PHC and how that's going to lead to basically generation of more electricity, but that hasn't happened. And two, basically the development of roads. Basically, I'm from Lekki, so like I know about the Lekki-Ikoyi Bridge and the roads that have been constructed around there. But basically, those have been private. Those have actually been done by private companies, not public companies. So what exactly is the government in itself doing, not private companies? Yeah.
Okay. We'll take one more question from the gentleman up front. Could you wait for the mic?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kes Gabriel, Bowister University and the Independent Council. Minister, thanks for coming, and thanks to the Wilson Center for your courage in trying to look for leadership in Africa. Minister, isn't it the case, given what you said about, getting people consensus and stakeholders involved, what can you tell us about what you're doing as Minister of Power to get stakeholders in generator business and all kinds of things there in moving the project of getting power to people, whether you're doing so by the traditional grid or solar power, whatever that is? That's one. Number two.
My brother.
Is it done? I thought this is, I just
one
used 30
question.
minutes.
No, one question.
Okay, I'll concede.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. I appreciate you working with me on this one. Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'll take them in the order that they have come. The question by email made some inaccurate assumptions. One of the inaccurate assumptions is that there are no rural areas in Lagos. That's not correct. There are many in Ikorodu, in Ekpe, in Badagry, some parts of Ijesha, Tedo, Itire are still largely rural and or semi-urban. But that aside, again, the revenues in Lagos are not guaranteed. Lagos, from the time of my predecessor, took a very clear pathway to become less dependent on federal resources. And at the time, in 1999, Lagos was earning 600 million naira monthly. That did not mean that that was all that was being generated in Lagos. Nobody was just collecting the taxes. And when the tax collection started, by the time I became governor, Lagos was collecting 7 billion naira monthly from 600 million. And there were, I think, about 500,000 people in a state of, then in 2007, about 17, 18 million people. In that state, only about 500,000 people were on the books paying tax. But by continuing with and improving on the tax administration policy, creating an office of taxation and revenue at cabinet level, empowering the tax collectors, moving them away from the regular civil service. The head of the tax team, the head of the tax administration, earned more than I did, because I thought that if we were going to ask you to go and collect money, we must also make you comfortable enough to resist compromising us. Of course, the attrition levels were higher. But by the time I left, we were doing 23 billion naira every month from 7. And we now had about 4.5 million people in the tax net. And there's still scope for improvement. Now, why is this important? The revenues were coming from income tax because we had a large population. It was also coming from taxes on services we had developed a night economy that wasn't there by investing in security, in street lighting. So the economy was now working 24 hours, so more people were employed and so on. So, and it is also not the case that there is any part of Nigeria that cannot develop the same capacity. And states like Ogun, Edo, Kwara lately, and many others are beginning to see their revenues inch up. So there's nothing guaranteed in it, because the people who pay the taxes will migrate to another part of the country if they see services diminish. So there's no guarantee in that revenue. And when you contradistinct this with, and the tax revenues were known because we accounted for them, but they didn't come as 23 billion. They came daily. Somebody pays property tax. Somebody registers a vehicle. Somebody pays consumption tax. But we made it a duty to disclose every month how much we had collected. And that was different from states that were deriving oil revenues and who didn't have the size of our population. There were a few states that were earning over 30 billion naira and had a quarter of our population. So there's nothing really cast in stone here. And I don't think there's any state in Nigeria that does not have the capacity to generate revenues if we try hard enough. And the opportunities that I see in these challenging times is already manifesting themselves with how the governors are beginning to look at other sources of. But I won't belabor that matter any further. I think that, let's see. The second question is about electricity to Lagos. Again, my responsibility goes beyond Lagos. I've finished my tour of duty as governor. So that's behind. But it's about the country now. Let me say that one of the problems, let me acknowledge first that I was a champion for privatization of electricity, because utilities have a commercial value, and if they are run by the efficiencies and waste minimizing ethos that we see in private sector, they stand a chance of being efficiently managed. So, but our privatization experience was not without difficulties, but that's in the past. We must move on from there. One of the big problems was the communication of what privatization meant. And for some people at the time, the unmanaged expectation was that once the exercise finished, there was going to be electricity. Now, I think that, and I've had this discussion in a session earlier, that I think we're being a little hard on ourselves. I understand that it comes with the expectation, but if we haven't delivered stable and reliable electricity since 1950, which is 63 years, until 2013, is it really fair? And is it reasonable to expect that all of what we couldn't do in 63 years will be done in 3 years? Because the privatization took place in November 2013. Yes, it is nice to be aspirational, and I don't by this suggest that we should take another 10 years. I don't even suggest. But I think we must be clear and methodical in how we approach this. And that is why we've laid out a very simple roadmap talking about what are the first steps. The first steps require us to identify what the problem is. Given our numbers, we don't have enough power. So the simple thing to do first is, if you want something you don't have enough of, get more of it. So the first leg in our roadmap is incremental power. Do more hydro, do more coal, do more solar, do more renewables, do more gas. So everywhere you can get 1 kilowatt of energy, add it on. The next step is steady power. And then the final step will be uninterrupted power. And that will require all of us then to understand first that power has to be paid for, that we have to conserve energy, that what we waste will never be enough, and so on and so forth. So I think that the privatization, in spite of its challenges, can work. And I think 3 years is too early. It's still under 3 years. It'll be 3 years in November. And the incremental power that we have now, in spite of what we have lost to sabotage and vandalization, and let me contextualize that. Up to last 2 weeks, we were generating 4,000 megawatts without the gas. And we've lost about 3,000 megawatts of gas through vandalism. Now, how was that possible? We've increased the capacity of the hydros by fixing turbines that had been abandoned or unmaintained for about 3 decades. In the last 1 year, a lot of maintenance work, repair work, so that every year, of course, there's an increased cycle of rainfall and water levels. But if you have 3 turbines and only one is working, no matter how much rainfall you have, you can only put on one. Now, so where we had 1 working, we now have 2. Where we had 2 before, we now have 3. So the hydros are giving us almost 400 megawatt extra, and that's a lot of power, given our situation. And we've added about 1 megawatt of solar, and there's more coming. And so I think we're on our way. About what is being done in terms of consensus building since I became minister. One of the things I do unfailingly every first Monday of the month, and I think that this is the first month that I missed it, incidentally, is to, since January, unfailingly we met with all the distribution companies, representatives of the transmission company, all the generation companies, the gas providers, the representative of the central bank, and we meet from one power facility to the other. First, it was important for me to see what I'm managing, and I couldn't go on a tour and leave my desk. And so that was the whole idea behind that power. Secondly, we asked each or a set or cluster of those power facilities, wherever they were in the country, to volunteer to host us. So in that way, we also wanted to do some peer review. Thirdly, it provided us an opportunity once in a month for everybody to be in one room. So we can hear all the problems and some can be solved on the spot instead of writing letters. And that has helped in no small way to get everybody together. So it's a meeting that everybody comes, and it has solved some problems, and we continue. The next one will be on the 10th in Sokoto. So we've gone to Benin, we've gone to Calabar, we've been to Jeba, we've been to Kaduna, we've been to Lagos. Where were we in the last month? The last one was where? Anyway, it's moving. Yeah, we were in Maiduguri in the northeast, where we saw all of the damage that had been done by the terrorists and the work, because the contractor had to flee for 2 years. Now they're back on site and they're rebuilding and restoring power there. So,
thank you. We'll take another 3. This time, do you mind if I go to the back there? I'll take the gentleman over there, the gentleman over here, and then the lady right there. And don't worry, we're going to get everybody in.
Thank you so much, Governor Fashola. I'm Tokumbo Ayeni. I'm the founder of Pan-Africa Children Advocacy Watch. It's a non-profit organization involved in education in sub-Saharan Africa. I just want to expand the discussion a little bit. Can you give us some sense of what it would take to get the nations of sub-Saharan Africa focused on the fundamentals of human development. Clean tap water, not boreholes. Okay? Electricity grid, not generators. Good basic education. Inclusive institutions. Good healthcare system. And above all, leadership that does not cater to the opulence of the few, but is concerned about the good and the well-being of the many.
All right. Gentleman right here.
Yes.
I'll come to you. It's all right. We'll come to you.
Minister, it's a pleasure to see you. I've been told that we're look-alike, so it's always a pleasure to see you. Let me first of all commend you for what you did in Lagos, but for your leadership there, I don't think Mark Zuckerberg would have gone there last month like he did. So that's a plaudits to you. However, while I was in Lagos recently, I saw that Apapa has serious gridlock. Now, this is the major thoroughfare from the ports for an import-dependent country. And so the landed cost of the goods is higher because of the gridlock. So my question to you is, why in this day and age do business people have to take motorbikes in Lagos, in Apapa, when this is a very strategic, probably the most strategic route thoroughfare in the entire country in terms of the volume that it generates? And then finally, I understand that with the gas emergency,
That's two questions.
Can you do that?
I have a lot of people here. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Amaka Anku, and I run a small research, Africa-focused research and advisory firm based here in DC. So my question is really about oil and the petroleum sector and the Niger Delta. So with all the focus on low oil prices, there's been a lot less attention on the renewed militancy and the significant impact it's having on production. So as you know, there's been almost a 40% cut in production in some months. Last month it was 40%. Some months it's been less. And my question is, speaking of leadership and vested interest, what would your advice be to, either the government or the federal government or local leaders or the international community on sort of how you engage militancy and sort of what you do to stop or avert or reduce the threat in the Niger Delta? Thank you.
Okay. I think, first of all, that we must understand that the actions of those people who damage public assets and national infrastructure violates the law. Let's first accept that. And so no matter how angry you are, it is no excuse for taking up arms against your own country or indeed damaging what is the Commonwealth. The fact that a road passes through my village does not vest ownership of that road in me or indeed in my village, especially if it is built with the Commonwealth. At best, I am only a trustee of that asset for the benefit of the larger community. And if I have a grouse, the solution is not to go and dig up that road. So, in that sense, therefore, I think law and order is the first regime for dealing with this. And I think that conflicts can be resolved within the framework of law and order. And I would advise anybody who is aggrieved, whether here or in any part of the world, to engage the institutional platforms because they exist. There might be arguments about how efficient or inefficient they may be, but they exist for conflict resolution. And that is why the president is not taking anything off the table. He understands the need to secure the place, and that is why the Chief of Army Staff and his team and other security agencies are there trying to restore law and order. And at the same time, there are channels of communications. Government is indicating that we're ready to talk if we know who to talk to, who to deal with. But I say that no set of people that I know have ever been angry forever. And therefore, at some time, all of this will go away. In terms of Apapa, I think it is fair to also say that Apapa didn't happen today. Apapa is the result of the choices that we made about 3-4 decades ago, maybe when I was 10 or 15, because Apapa has our first port. It was our first industrial estate built by the Europeans, and all of the assets for cargo evacuation from the port had with it a rail facility that evacuated cargo from the port and the tank farms in Apapa. We chose to start evacuating the cargo by road and left the rail, as it were, to go into disuse. And slowly, the Nigerian Railway Corporation and all of its expertise and its capacity went into this field. And we started inflicting our roads with the tonnage of container cargo, fuel cargo, and all of that. But as if that wasn't bad enough, there's also a pumping facility for pumping fuel from Lagos towards the boundary of Ogun State. For some reason, over the years, we chose not to allow it to work. So that is why, for me, yesterday is always important, so that you remember what you ate yesterday and what you must not eat again. As governor, I engaged the then federal government on Apapa on not a few occasions. And if there's any sense, indicative sense of order there, I awarded the contract for the building of 11 roads to restore the residential area and build on but what happened? The articulated trucks turned them into parking lots. All of this is documented, but in a cruel irony of fate, it is now my responsibility to deal with it. But it's happening at a time when the resources have dwindled. We could have solved Apapa at the time we were earning $100 per barrel of oil. And we are now earning less. But it's not my nature to bemoan my circumstance. I'm going to give it my best shot. The bridge that evacuates Apapa has not been maintained for 40 years. And after severe tonnage abuse, it gave way. So the first thing that we've done in the last 4 or 5 weeks is to first restore stability and ensure that it doesn't collapse and become a source of a loss of lives. Now we're asking constructing companies to give us a quote, so they're working from the blind because the construction company that built it has left Nigeria. So until we have clear engineering options to choose from, which is what I'm waiting for, and then let me also say that our infrastructure choices, in spite of the limited funds, are very clear, they're rational. If we want to make our economy work, we have to build roads that evacuate our ports. We have to build roads that evacuate our sea and airports, our roads that drive our energy for now, the roads that go to the tank farms to take fuel from south to north, and roads that sustain us in terms of nourishment, and that is roads that bring cargo, our protein in terms of animal feedstock and vegetables and livestock from north down to south. And those are the choices we have made. They're not esoteric choices. They're very simple and rational choices. All of the road contracts in any event have been awarded before I got there by the previous administration, over 206 roads. Now, you don't have the resources to finish 206 roads. Where do you put your resources, limited resources? And that is why you will see us building from the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway through Ilorin to Jeba to link you all the way to Kaduna and Kano and go up north. And we're doing the same thing across, trying to connect the River Benue and through the local Oweto Bridge and the second Niger Bridge, Kano, Kaduna, Kano, Maiduguri. Those are the choices we have made. And because this is a period of hard choices, trying to do more with less. Well, the fundamentals of human development, that is quite a bag of things you put in one place there. As I said before, we could talk about that. It's about choices, really. There's no prescription for it. And if you see what has happened in the United Arab Emirates, and this is not lost in history, the same oil resources that we earned in our lifetime was used to develop a desert that was once, and until 1971, a British colony. So it's a matter of choices. And you know what? You may like or not like this, right? But what are Africans doing here? There's work to do back home. Oh, is it because we have a place to escape to? What if the people here didn't build this civilization? Where would we go? Half of my class left when I graduated. But some things in me just couldn't leave. The promise of that country keeps me there. And I hope that in my lifetime I will see it. So, please, I think there's work to do at home. And each one of us must be ready to come back. If that is the place we call home, we can't discuss it from far. What are you doing there? It's a place we call home. Go back home. There's work to be done.
Very powerful. Let me take another set of 3 questions. I really have to go to my brothers and sisters in the back over there also. I will swing around this way. I'm coming, so please bear with me. Let me take the 3 in the back over there, and then we'll swing down this way.
Good day, Minister. My name is Babatunde Ogunsalu, and I started an organization called Think Africa. And to your point, our organization, our main mission is to take youth and young professionals back to Nigeria. We have planned a trip to take about 20 to 40 young professionals to Nigeria in December. And this leads to my question. What programs and what resources do you have for the youth who are actually trying to come back to Nigeria and tap into the promise and see Nigeria prosper in our lifetime and be a part of that whole transition?
Okay, thank you. The gentleman right next to him.
Hey, good afternoon, Minister. My name is actually Tunde as well, which is like the 9th Tunde has come to talk. But thank you for coming. I think it's very difficult today to have a discussion about governance in the region without issues of corruption being brought up at some point. And I was wondering what your thoughts were on that, if you thought that, if you think we maybe exaggerate the impact of corruption on our governance issues, or if you think it is actually as dire as sort of the picture we paint, and if you think it actually exacerbates some of the developmental and governance problems that we face today in the country.
All right, thank you. And then, oh, Ali, hi.
Hi, how are you? Hi, everyone. My name is Ali Lyons, formerly with the Wilson Center's Africa program, and currently with Partners Global, which is an international NGO that works on inclusive governance issues. And I'm with the Africa program there as well. And we have a partner center in Nigeria, so we work very closely on inclusive governance issues in Nigeria. So first, I just want to thank you, Minister, for your very thoughtful comments on leadership. My program looks at the role of civil society in these inclusive processes, and I was wondering if you could elaborate or provide some insights as to what you think the role of civil society in Nigeria should be in supporting inclusive governance processes. As we all know, Nigeria's civil society is very vibrant and very actively engaged, so I think there would probably be a lot of interest in hearing your thoughts on that.
So youth, corruption, and civil society.
Well, again, these are matters that honestly I have reflected on deeply, and I think that I lived in a Nigeria. I grew up in a Nigeria that perhaps was less complicated than it is now, and I saw its period of prosperity. And of course, like all economies, periodic challenges. But civil society clearly has played a role in Nigeria, and nobody can fairly discount the role they have played in. But again, can we have an institution without checks and balances? Who regulates them? And these were some of the issues that are taken up at the World Bank in the past. But that said, one of the deeper thoughts that have crossed my mind was, what are the differential definitions of family units within the West and perhaps Africa? Because if I am not mistaken, the idea of civil society came from the West. But if you recognize that within the African concept of family is the community itself, perhaps we are layering on it what already exists, as distinct from the concept, the nuclear family concept that is much more prevalent in the West, which in my view perhaps then makes the necessity for a community organization to provide for people who have left outside the fringes of the nuclear family as properly defined here. But it's a debate that I have engaged privately, but it doesn't take away from the contributions that civil society has contributed. Perhaps whether more could have been done or less has been achieved is a question now of how the potentiality for cultural clashes have perhaps been managed. Undoubtedly, in every society, corruption has an impact, a very adverse one, if you ask me. And in my country, if today all my ministry can spend on roads in the first quarter is 73 billion. That is a fraction of what was taken out of our economy in the last decade. And while that was being taken out in the last few years, contractors for roads contractors for power plants who I met with when I assumed office told me they hadn't been paid for 3 years. So if you have a recession today, that's what we ate yesterday. We took the money out of the place where it could be more productive, and it's finding itself, as is being revealed now, in private accounts. But corruption goes beyond the cash. Again, for me, it is a symptom of something much more important. It's law and order. So instead of focusing on that, I've argued always that law and order, there is no society that is free of corruption, none. And because the way it manifests itself is diverse and really dynamic. And that is why no nation in the world that I know has disbanded its law enforcement or its judicial system or its corrective system. The reason they are there is to hold people to account. If you cross the line, there is a sanction. And so, but given what we have experienced, it's very clear that it will have an adverse impact, just like in any family, really. So we're just one big family. So if money that was meant to buy dinner is converted by my sibling, there will be consequences. We are going to be hungry. So it has a negative impact. Well, in terms of what resources for young people back home, I think that what were the assurances by those who left home of what they will meet here? What guarantees did you have? I perhaps understand those who were born here. 9 out of 10, many of those who are now here came in search of an education. But I think the point to make is that I made this choice, and you can make your own choice. I'd rather be at home than be here. You know, all my education was in Nigeria, but I started visiting this country at age 13. So I have siblings who went to school abroad. I refused. My father wanted me to study abroad, and I said, no, if you have money, let me come for holiday. So one of the places I first visited was New York, Central Park. I was 13. And then we came here to Arlington Cemetery, the Washington Monument and all of that, the guided tours. I don't know if they still run them. And then we went to a city called Springfield in Illinois. But it was part of my education. Of course, I visited the Empire State Building. But you know, there's something back home that even as a 13-year-old, this just didn't do it for me. And it still doesn't do it for me. But I think that there's too much of Africa's talent outside the continent. And it must begin to go back home. But nobody can force you. But it's the only place where you can fully, nobody will ask you questions. You know, nobody will question whether you were born here or you were not born here. This is your identity. You can't fake this. So,
I have a sense this discussion is going to continue on the really important role of the diaspora. Let me do this. Okay, my sisters here are going to kill me because they have had their hands up for a very long time. You have 30 seconds, and then I'll give the minister 2 minutes, and then I'll wrap this thing up so we can make sure that the minister gets out of here on time. So my sister, you have exactly 30 seconds. Work with me.
As they say on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, your 30 seconds starts now.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, you had said when you started speaking that we're people of habits, we're habitual, and that, in essence, change is inevitable. We know you're a change agent. We know that, indeed, you are one of the leaders in Nigeria and Africa leading reforms. How do you deal with criticisms and resistance to these reforms and changes? How do you deal with them?
Thank you. Oh,
that's it.
Yes, please.
Okay. Criticisms, first of all, I've spoken about ego. I've spoken about mindfulness. I understand that my critics have categories into which they fall. Those who want to criticize simply because they don't agree. I'm ready to debate those. And luckily, my training is really a life of being on opposing sides. So I'm happy to have them debate me about whether their ideas are superior or not. And I've won not a few arguments. But the people also who criticize because I am wrong. And I'm able to introspect and ask myself, are you being deliberately stubborn because you don't want to accept that you're wrong? So I've reversed myself on occasion publicly because I accept that I don't have a monopoly of knowledge. I work with a team that can debate me, that disagree with me. And so I thrive in a culture of debate. It's a place where I am very comfortable. So perhaps in that sense. As far as resistance is concerned, one of the lessons I learned, which I've tried to share, I don't know how well I've done so, is that people don't resist change because they dislike it. They resist it because they have a vested interest in the established order. And so if you want them to change, you now have the difficulty and the responsibility to persuade me that this is the best place to talk to you instead of where I'm sitting down, because I have become comfortable here. And that's the way that I've tried to deal with resistance. And you will see better models of that across leaders who, whether as presidents or mayors, have gotten things done because they're ready to engage.
Well, thank you so much. And I'm really sorry to cut this off because it's a really, really rich discussion. I think the minister has done a fantastic job of raising some really key issues that I think we must think about if we're going to have a discussion about leadership and inclusive governance on the continent. Let me just quickly try and highlight some of what I thought I heard both from the minister and from you all here today. I really like that the minister started out not so much with what he had accomplished in Lagos, although that is part of what we asked him to do, but really talking about the qualities of governance, of good leadership, of good governance. And what I have here is a little card that I wish next time I'm with African presidents and others, I will use it as my little benchmark to judge them against. I think he mentioned a number of qualities of leadership that I think are important. One was knowledge as being a requisite for leaders. I think too often, particularly at that very high presidential level that we talk about, we see people who want power for the sake of power. and not necessarily that they actually have a clear sense of what it is that they're going to do once they get into power, or that they even understand this larger issue of leadership and governance. So that knowledge element of it, I think is really important. The minister also talked about the leadership being able to articulate a vision and then get the people to buy into that vision, to communicate that vision. But I thought one of the really interesting things that he talked about for me was this leaders being able to communicate, and really putting it in an African context of the multiplicity of the diversity of the audience that one has to deal with, the diversity of the stakeholders that you have to deal with, whether it's in terms of language, whether it's in terms of their vested interest, and really understanding that and figuring out which are the best modalities for engaging and communicating with the different diversities within the larger whole, of communicating with the different vested interests, and how that can be really challenging from a leadership dimension. And I think sometimes we forget this. I mean, I come from a generation where my grandmother didn't speak English. She spoke the local language. So our generation, my mother's generation, was the first generation to go into college and that sort of thing. But also within that now you have intermarriage amongst the different ethnic groups, and that brings its own challenges of identity and communication. And so understanding that from that leadership perspective. I thought the minister's point about mindfulness for me was really, really important. That this is something that I think on the face of it, you really don't think about it. But as he boiled it down to the importance of mindfulness, and what I really liked was his talking about understanding both the status of office and the responsibilities of office. I think too often people are caught up in the status and the trappings of power and not so much on the responsibilities. And so how do you bring those two things together so that you can deliver for the benefit of the people? I think these are some of the issues that we need to focus on. The consensus building, I think he went at great length to really talk about how you communicate and build that consensus, managing your own ego as well as understanding the ego of others. And how, for me, this is particularly important in an African context where institutions are not yet that strong, the institutions of governance. So understanding who you're dealing with and the position from which you're engaging with, what matters to them as well as what matters to the people. I thought that is something that's very important that the minister talked about. He raised a key point about remembering where you have come from, the importance of understanding where you've come from and the choices that you made. That those choices are not just for the here and now, but those choices are going to impact not just today, but future generations. And I think personally for me, my own background, one of the issues that I have felt that the continent has struggled with is really this long-term planning at that strategic level. It's not just a long-term strategic level planning that has been lacking, but it's also the management of the political cycles. You know, you're in office for 4 to 5 years, and yet the results that you seek are going to take 10, 15 years down the road. How do you manage that? And then how do you manage expectations? You have to manage expectations, and I think his point was really powerful about, you know, you look at the challenges that Nigeria faced. President Buhari has now been in office since 2015. That's not nearly enough time to really deliver on those expectations, really high expectations that people had. And it's not just Nigerians. I think all of us in the international community, we were also cheering on Nigeria. You know, Boko Haram is going to be dealt with. The Chibok girls are coming home. We're going to have, you know, all of these issues, those expectations. But I do think that a failure of some African leaders has been this paternalistic attitude of engaging on those expectations. It's engaging on those expectations.
Please, have your seat. Please, have your seat. Please, have your seat. Please, have your seat. Leader Chairman of Progressive Governors Forum and the Chairman of our party. Aliko, you are in Kafsan today. Therefore, I change it to my suit.
Thank you for joining us for another power-packed message from Dr. Miles Monroe, provided by Monroe Global Incorporated and MonroeGlobal.com. We transform followers into leaders and leaders into agents of change. We hope that this message is a blessing to you as you advance your life and discover your purpose. Now, let's go into the message.
Keys to becoming a leader. Keys to becoming a leader. This is for housewives, students, mechanics, clerks. This session is for nursery workers, for politicians. It's for kings. This session is for secretaries. It's for masons and carpenters. How to become a leader. Leadership is very, very complicated because it is subtle. Most of the people who we call leaders are really not leaders. The problem is, if you don't know what something looks like, you can't tell it when you see it. I just said something important. In other words, if you don't know what a leader is supposed to be and look like, you can never ascertain when you saw one. So your definition and your concept of leadership is part of the problem of why we cannot find true leaders. And so this is why I use the term true leadership. If you read all of my books on leadership, you will find this term in the book. I never used the word leadership. I used the word true leadership because 90% of the leaders you call leaders are not true leaders. These are normally people who are professional manipulators. They wield power. They threaten people. They have the element of force. They can force things that go their way. They have an oppressive spirit where they withhold from you in order to manipulate you things that you want. They have the capacity to tantalize your sheepish emotions with their words. And you call them leaders. True leadership is usually completely opposite to each of those elements. And we're going to talk about that today. I want to begin with a few comments about leadership as to what true leadership is. First, make a note of this. True leadership is not about control. It's about service. Secondly, true leadership is not about power. It's about empowerment. Most followers would say about their leader, that's a powerful person. Well, you just exposed the fact that they are not a true leader. A true leader will have followers who say the opposite. That person empowered me. That's a true leader. That person made me great. That's a true leader. But we normally say the opposite. Oh, he's a powerful preacher. Well, did he make you one? That's the question. Number three, leadership is not about manipulation. It's about inspiration. Inspiring people is the highest form of true leadership. True leaders don't manipulate. They inspire people. Number four, leadership is really not about people. It's about purpose. I will explain all of these in this session. In other words, true leadership is not about trying to find people to follow you. True leadership is discovering a purpose that you commit to pursue. So leadership has more to do with you pursuing something than you pursuing people to follow you. True leaders, therefore, do not seek followers. And number five, true leadership is about becoming more than doing. You know, most people that we call leaders, we describe them as doing great things. But a true leader is more about a person becoming something they discovered about themselves. They are becoming it. And in the process of becoming themselves, they inspire other people. That inspiration is what influences the people, and they submit to the leader's vision. And so these are introductory thoughts about leadership. I want to talk a little bit about the kind of leadership that's destroying our world. And I'm going to repeat this every time I speak because these thoughts are so important. Number one, politics without principles. This kind of leadership is destroying our countries. Politics without principles. I wish I could just come here and spend a whole day on this one statement. Because this one statement summarizes most of the failure in our political arena than any other component. Politics without what? Principles. I'm going to step on a limb here, but I think it might be helpful to you. You are about to enter a period of elections. And out of 360 million people, you've come down to 2 people to choose to lead you. When I study these 2 characters, I am sorry for your country. Out of 360 million people, you couldn't find better qualities of leadership. One of my major concerns about the present leadership is this statement number one. That's your problem. Politics without principles. And this is what you have to deal with right now. I don't know if you are a kingdom citizen. I am not sure how you have to vote. I am praying for you. It's tough. Because the defects that exist in both are so serious that you are hard pressed to decide between the two. And that's because your culture, especially your political culture, does not lend itself to produce true leaders. Your culture produces deal makers. So you will compromise your principles to please some people. That's what you produce. Leaders who compromise their personal principles to please groups of people. Therefore, you are no longer a leader. You are automatically being led. This is your problem. The second leadership that will destroy us is pleasure without conscience. Third, wealth without work. This kind of system will destroy a community when people would prefer to gain wealth without effort. And this is why I have my concerns about things like lottery, gambling, because what you've developed is a culture of people who want something for nothing. You're destroying your country. The fourth component that would destroy a country is knowledge without and character, rather. You know, a lot of smart people are using their knowledge to destroy. It seems as if the more intelligent we become, the more dangerous we become. People, for example, know the system so well that they can actually end up paying no taxes because they have knowledge you don't have. And therefore, they violate character. Number 5, business without morality. This is what has destroyed our global economy lately. What have destroyed us is a few businessmen in New York saw an opportunity to make some loans to people who couldn't pay it back. And they knew they couldn't pay it back. So they were immoral in business. The rest is history. The world is still trying to recover. And number 6, science without humanity. It's good to have scientific advancement, but when you do not regulate that with conscience and humanity, the science can destroy. You know, they developed a pill that can destroy a baby in the womb if you don't want the baby. The pill can actually dissolve the baby. It's made in France. That's science without humanity. And then the last one is worship without sacrifice. That will destroy us. Worship without sacrifice. Mahatma Gandhi made these statements, and I love what he says here. He says, if we pursue God without willing to sacrifice personal pleasure, we are destructive. I think we've seen this in our experience, especially in what you call religion. Great spiritual leaders who claim to worship God at the highest level, but they cannot keep their zipper up. They cannot sacrifice self-discipline. That's destroying us. We need to listen to this list every day. Listen to it. Let it talk to you. And then measure your leaders against it after you measure yourself against it. Leadership. Let's talk a little bit about politics. Here's a guy you all know well. Politics without principles. The kind of leaders we need. Well, let me begin by talking about politicians a little bit, because some of you are politicians. We don't need more politicians in leadership. We got enough of them. What we need is leadership in politicians. That statement sounds very simple, but it's not. I deal with politicians very often. Most of my work now is with political leaders all over the world. When I leave here tomorrow, I'm on my way to South Africa. I'm going to the Congo. I'm going to Zambia. I'm going to Zimbabwe. And all of my meetings with these countries is with the politicians. I'm going to be facilitating leadership training with leaders of countries. And I am amazed when I sit with these people in a room just like this. Sometimes it's 500 of them. They shut the government down. And I talk with them and I begin to teach on leadership. Some of them actually begin to weep in the session. Powerful men. Women. They weep. Because when I'm halfway through my seminar, they realize they are not leaders. They are power-hungry people. Or they have defects like low self-esteem, suffering from poor self-concept and trying to compensate for it through power. Don't ever believe that a politician is a leader. Don't ever believe that. Because the system that we have produces politicians. It doesn't produce leaders. And so you can have a politician who knows nothing about leadership and he's leading you. What we need is more leadership in the politician, which is something that needs to be taught and trained in that person. As a result of this leadership empowerment conference, I am hoping that you will be qualified to go into politics in your local community. Because your motivation will be correct. Here's another one to remember. Politicians are concerned about the next election. That's all they're interested in. That's why they cannot be leaders. But leaders are different. Leaders are concerned about the next generation. I want you to compare those two thoughts the next time you have a politician come to your house wanting to vie for your vote. Just ask him, what is your vision for my children? I will sit and listen for 20 minutes for you to tell me what it is. He will leave your house because he has no interest in your children's children. His concern is to stay in power, to keep the position, to win the next election. This is why they cannot lead. Because leading requires following your own convictions, not the popular interests. Right away, you cannot lead if you want to be re-elected. And that leads me to point number 5. True leaders focus on purpose, passion, principles, the interests of the people, and vision. When you are going to have a conversation with a politician, you should actually try this as a test. You, by the way, as a citizen of a community, you have a right to be seen by the mayor. Hope you know that. If you voted for a mayor, the mayor works for you. Therefore, you have a right to see him. You can make an appointment to see any public officer you voted for. Did you know that? That's your legal right. If he don't want to see you, you can take him to court. That's democracy. So I want you to make an appointment to go and see your mayor or go and see your governor and just sit and say, I want 30 minutes with you, sir. And ask him about that list right there. Sir, what is your purpose for being in leadership in this city? What is your purpose? The first question will make him very nervous. Second question, what is your passion for our community? He'll be wondering what you're talking about. What are you talking about? I just want to build roads and bridges and provide jobs. No. What is your passion? And then the third one is the most dangerous one. What are your principles of leadership? Things you won't violate. What are your standards that you have observed in your life that you will never break? These are the issues of true leadership. And this is why we need to question the leaders we have. And so I have a little thought here. I call it politics versus leadership. Let's talk about it for a second. Number one, politicians focus on programs, not vision. Number two, politicians' priority is securing the next election, not securing the next generation. Their focus is different. Number three, politicians are preoccupied with promises, not purpose. So they make you promises, right? We'll provide jobs for you. That's a promise. We'll provide free education for your children. That's a promise. We will cut taxes. That's a promise. We will give free high school diplomas, and we will give free college tuition. Promises. They never talk about purpose. And purpose is the foundation of leadership. Number four, politicians think of the next election all the time. Anytime you talk to them, they're thinking about, how can I secure my seat? They will do anything you want them to do. This is why the fringe groups in your society are having such an effect. You got 10% of the population of your country making 80% of the laws, because they probably got 90% of the resources. In other words, politics is for sale. It's not for leadership. What we need is statesmen, stateswomen. We don't need more politicians. A statesman is an interesting human. A statesman think of the next generation. You know, I had an opportunity to speak to Ambassador Andrew Young yesterday, and we were chatting on the phone, you know, and he and I have become good friends. As a matter of fact, I think he's planning to be here tonight to be with me, and it'll be good for you to hear him talk a little bit. But when you talk to a guy like this, he's a statesman. He thinks about the history all the time. He thinks about how the history affects the children that are unborn and whether they will appreciate what happened. That's a statesman. He thinks about heritage and destiny. Wow, that's a rare leader. By the way, this list can be applied to pastors, because most pastors are politicians. I call them spiritual politicians. The list is the same. They are concerned about staying a pastor more than they are about making you the future pastor. They protect the pulpit from you. They actually lie on God by saying things like, don't touch God's anointed. I wonder what they mean by that. It's a ploy to threaten you. Don't touch me, even if I'm wrong. Always remember that King Saul was fired before he left the company. That's a deep statement. So we need help, don't we, in leadership right now. Everything I've said, I see you nodding your heads because you know someone right in your environment that lines up with those lists, right? Yeah, that tells you that you are a smart person. You already know something was wrong. I just told you what they are.
Yes, you did. Reveal it.
Now, let me tell you why we got these kinds of leadership, these kind of leaders. I'm going to go back to history. This is a picture of Caesar. I put him in the background for a reason. The Roman Empire is the source of our modern day leadership. But the source of the Roman Empire's leadership was the Greeks. The Greeks were the ones who invented the word demokrata. Demokrata is the word we translate as democracy. That's a Greek idea. It was invented by great thinkers like Socrates and Plato and Aristotle. These were the great thinkers of the Greeks who formulated philosophies of leadership. They created philosophy of democracy. The Greeks, therefore, are known as the thinkers of history. They capsulized, summarized their thoughts and put them on paper. As a matter of fact, the Greek Empire was known for its library. They were the ones who wrote philosophy of life. And they were the ones who really built the idea of modern day democratic philosophy. It's Greek, not biblical, it's from the Greeks. When the Romans invaded Greece, the Romans shacked the whole place, but the Roman emperor told the soldiers, do not touch the library. The Romans kept the library. And the Roman leaders took the Greek library and they salvaged all the ideas of the Greeks and they chose the parts that were appropriate for them. And the Romans used the Greek ideas of leadership to rule the empire. So you could say the Roman is a Greek in the head, but a fighter in the hand. He had Greek thinking, but Roman military might. Now, why is this important? Because the modern day countries of Europe, which colonized the Western world, which you are a product of, were all the Roman Empire. Europe, the word urupo is a word that the Romans invented to describe the areas that they controlled, from Africa all the way to England. The Romans controlled the whole world. And Caesar, the king, Caesar's a title, sons of the gods, the king ruled the whole world. And when the Roman Empire was destroyed, it was not destroyed by an army, because they were too powerful to be destroyed by an army. They were destroyed by their loins. Right here. The Roman Empire, they say, was defeated by immorality. They became so corrupt morally that they decayed from the inside. No army destroyed Rome. For example, out of 14 Caesars, 12 of them were homosexuals. And their favorite interest was boys. So when you study the morality of the greatest power in history. And by the way, to this day, no empire has ever risen greater than Rome. Rome was the most powerful nation in history, period, including the Bible, because they're the only ones that rule the whole world. No one has done it since. And they were never destroyed by military might. They were destroyed by immorality. They became so morally corrupt that you didn't even have to kill them. They self-destruct. Most great nations die the same way. You can't beat them militarily. They begin to decay from the inside. Their laws and their interests begin to be morally questionable. Could it be that the greatest nation on earth, the United States at the moment, is following the same path? You don't need to beat them with a nuclear weapon. Just let them decay from the inside. Immorality. So the Roman Empire fell apart. When it fell apart, it broke up into small kingdoms. The centurions and those who were parts of the Senate, they began to scramble for what was left. And they developed what they call the multi-kingdoms of Europe. So the kingdoms of Europe are actually the result of the breaking up of Rome. So they developed little kingdoms like Franco, Spanian. These are Roman kingdoms. Belgium, which is Belgium. Portugal. Anglo-Saxon. British. These are Roman kingdoms that break up. My point is, they are all Greek thinkers with Roman attitude. Now, if you notice, all of them developed the same interest in colonization. Read my books on the kingdom back there to get information on this. Very important to learn this to understand Jesus. Because Jesus Christ was born in the middle of the colonization process. He was actually a member of a colony of the Roman Empire. And you cannot understand the Bible until you understand colonization. So please make sure you get those books, all of them on the kingdom. Otherwise, you will never know what you're supposed to be doing right now as a kingdom citizen. It has nothing to do with religion. So the Roman Empire falls apart. They develop these kingdoms. France, Spain, Belgium, Portugal, Britain. And what happens is they began to expand. They expanded through colonization. And so they became interested in the West. And Columbus left. Columbus was an Italian. He was from Rome. He was an Italian. He also was a Jew. Columbus wanted to do expedition, but the Roman government refused to finance him. So he went to Spain. And the king and queen of Spain decided, we like your idea because we want to expand our kingdom. So they financed his trip. And he had 3 ships. And they built them for him and financed him and everything. And he came west. And he landed in the Bahamas, in a little island called, he named it San Salvador. It still exists in my country. It's a beautiful country, little island. Beautiful beaches there. That's where he planted the first cross, because he came in the name of the Catholic Church, but in the name of the Spanish kingdom. And that's why most of the islands in the Caribbean have Spanish names, because he couldn't name them in the name of the Italian government, but they didn't finance the trip. So wherever he went, he had to claim it in the name of Spain. And this is why most of the countries in the Western world are Spanish-speaking countries. Mexico, Guatemala, Guadeloupe, you got Colombia, you got Chile, you got Venezuela. I mean, most of it is Spanish because they financed the first trip. He claimed the areas first, subdued all the natives, and then the French came and they did their part, and then the British came and did their part, and the Bahamas used to be actually a Spanish colony. The British fought the Spanish and won. That's why I speak English. I was supposed to be speaking Spanish. It depends on which kingdom took over. Right next to us, 5 minutes away, is Cuba. So they colonized the whole area. All of the Western, and the United States was actually first claimed by the Spanish. And then the Spanish was attacked by the British. You know the story. And they defeated the Spanish. And they claimed this continent, this part of the continent, the United States. But I'm trying to get to a point. Listen carefully, because I'm talking about leadership here. So they colonized these areas. And remember now, a kingdom expands because the glory of a kingdom is territory. Again, to understand the Bible, you have to understand that principle. Because God is a king. That's why he created the universe, to expand territory. Okay, so here he is. We got these leaders. They wanted these kings. All these are kings. They want to expand their territory. And they take over these areas. And they came to the Caribbean, came to Central America, South America, North America. And of course, they're looking for wealth in the land. They're looking for gold, looking for diamonds. You know, they were looking for oil at that time because oil was not important to them. Wealth was land, agriculture. Why? They were an agricultural society. So those who had good land became powerful kings. So when they came to these areas, the Caribbean and South America, Central America, and this area called Americas, they realized they had a lot of land, and they tried to domesticate the local natives to work for them under force of arm, of course, and the natives couldn't handle it. Some of them ran, some of them fought. It became very difficult. And the Portuguese were the first ones to go to Africa, and they discovered more land. And then they found some strong people, they said. This is all in history. And they realized these people were stronger than the ones that were in the territory that they discovered. They could live longer, last longer. They were more sturdy. They could handle the sun. You know, the Indians, the Aztecs, and all these folks, they couldn't handle the weight of pressure. And so they shipped these people over to work in the farms. You call them plantations. And they literally made them chattel, animals, just like an ox. You were here to work, and so the slave trade became a reality. It was all economics. No slave was ever bought from African continent because of love. It was all economics. And it hasn't changed much. Okay, so we have now this problem of this trade route taking place. And you may ask, why did all of these kingdoms do it? All of them did it. The French did it, the Spanish did it, the Portuguese did it, the British did it. They traded in people. And they chose Africans because they were more durable. They actually used to breed people because, you know, they were stronger. They'd breed. They would choose the strongest male and the strongest female and put them together and have sex to produce a stronger slave. That was the element of today. And this is why we lost families, because they didn't care. You know, if your husband was strong and you was weak, they take your husband away from you. They find a woman who was strong, your husband was weak, take her, put them together. And so the destruction of the family component, even psychologically, was a reality because of economics. You know, to sell a strong slave made sense. You get more money for a stronger slave, whether it's a male or female. So this was the concept. Now, the question I want to ask you is, how could humans do this to humans? That's the question I want to deal with. Because these were leaders doing this. Well, I got the answer for you. Because here's what the Greeks believed that the Romans adopted that became the foundation of leadership for the kingdoms of Europe that created our countries today. The philosophy of the Greeks. Number one, they believe that leadership is a product of natural endowment. Now, those of you who studied philosophy would have read some of Plato's writings and Socrates' perceptions of men. You'd have read Aristotle's concept of the value of human, and you would find that these principles are in their philosophies. They believe that a person was earmarked to be a leader if they had certain natural endowments. That means if you didn't have these natural endowments, then you were born to be a slave. This is Greek thinking. Let me put it another way. Number two, they believe that leadership is a product of birth traits. You can study this on the internet. It's all there. The Greeks believed that if you had certain traits, you were automatically born to be the ruling class. And if you didn't have those traits, you were born to be the serving class. If you do some research, you'll discover that some of the traits are shocking. For example, the Greeks believed that if you had fair pigmentation, you were created to be a leader. Fair pigmentation. Well, that rules me out. They also believed that if you had thin lips, this is written in their doctrine, then you were designed to be a leader. So that rules me out. Then they said, if you had pointed noses, the gods chose you to be a leader. Well, you know I'm out twice. Then they said, if your hair was blonde and your eyes were blue, you are definitely designed to be the leader. Have mercy on me. Okay, this is not funny though. Think about it. This is what they believed. So you could understand why, when they went to Africa, the conclusion was, the gods have blessed us today. We've got enough labor created by the gods to run our empires. And so the people became fuel for their machinery of their industries of agriculture. Now, I want you to understand, this was the philosophy of their leadership. This is very important. In other words, treating you like a non-human was not a matter of conscience. It was natural. You don't have the traits. So you were born to serve me. You were created by the Creator to be second class, to be my slave. You can't argue this. God chose you to be my servant. So the concept was, let me go to the third one. This is very important. This is also written in the Greeks philosophy, is that leadership is the product of what? Providence, they said. Providence means the gods chose those who would be leaders, and the gods chose those who would be followers. So this is not a matter of who you think you are. It's a matter of what the gods chose you to be. Do you understand how deep this is? This is in the psyche of the post-European era, which is still not over. Let me explain how this works out practically. If you went to college, what's your name? Okay, John went to college and got a PhD in physics. I'm talking about nuclear physics. This guy is a brain, he's sharp. PhD in nuclear physics. The problem is, it doesn't matter. You are simply seen as a very smart slave. Because your pigmentation, your nose, your lips, your eyes, your hair is the problem. It doesn't matter. So they actually would tell their neighbor, I have a smart slave. In other words, educating you think changes you. It doesn't. It ain't the brain that makes you different. So the system, the culture, doesn't translate your PhD into being a superior human. It says you are simply a superior thinking slave. So it doesn't matter how much education you get. It doesn't matter how much accolades you put behind your name. It doesn't matter how much you achieve. In the Greek mind, in the Roman mind, which is the leadership that came over, you are still a slave by providence. Do you know that they actually created a theology for this? Because every ideology needs a theology to make it legal. Can I say it again? Yes. Write it down. Every ideology needs a theology to make it legal. So you will find, even like in apartheid, apartheid had a theology created by the Dutch Reformed Church, which was based on Greek philosophy as well. Because remember, South Africa was taken over by Romans, Europeans. Hitler, if you all remember Hitler, Adolf Hitler was an interesting guy. Adolf Hitler said that he had a visitation from God. You ever read his Mein Kampf? He believed that God chose him to restore the Roman Empire. That's why he had a plan to take over Europe again. He says that he was chosen by God to establish what he called the Third Reich, the third reign of the Romans. And this is why, again, his concept of leadership, his philosophy made it easy for him to destroy people. Remember, you need blonde eyes, blonde hair, blue eyes, sharp nose. Okay. So when he looked at the Jews, for example, the Jews got dark hair, dark brown eyes or black eyes, olive skin. He said, they were designed, they are rats to our society, he says. They are sucking our blood. We must kill them. Why? These are not real humans. The gods have made them to be our slaves. So it was easy to kill 10 million slaves between Africa and Carolina in the water. No, sorry, 60 million died on the ships. I was in Ghana early in this year, and I went to one of the forts where they sold slaves. It's an amazing experience. You should go there. And on the wall was a statement written. It says, slaves left here and went to the Caribbean. So I probably found where my great-great-grandfather came from, one of the holes that they went through. I was in touch with my history for a few minutes. I wept. Here's my point. Where did you get your philosophy from determines how you lead people. The way you think about people determines how you lead them or destroy them. So the Greeks believed that the gods chose leaders and the gods chose followers. Let me give you a last one. They believe that leadership is a product of a word they invented called charisma. The Greek says leadership is a product of charismatic personality. They actually defined it, Plato defined it. He says charismatic personality is the gifts of the gods. And he defined some of the gifts like extrovert personality, talkativeness, communicative ability, auditory. Greeks. In other words, if you are open and flamboyant and you are extrovert and you like to talk and you like to communicate and you speak well, they says, God chose that one. So if you are quiet and subdued, you are automatically a slave. And then this is why you develop this idea. They actually told the slave something very important. They told the slave, look, you are to be seen but not heard. Now that statement may sound simple to you, but that was a philosophy. You are not ever supposed to talk. Only leaders talk. You cut wood, you pick cotton, you serve the food, and you, as if you don't exist, you're supposed to be like almost invisible. So they say you must be seen but not heard. Now, here's the problem though. That thing has gone so deep into the spirit of the slave that the slave today still brings his children up by saying, be seen, but not heard. It's demonic, but you still do it to your children. So when I call you up right now to make a speech in 5 minutes, you're afraid to come. Why? You've been successfully subdued. You call it, I'm shy. You ain't shy. You've been trained to keep quiet.
Yes.
And to be a leader, you must talk. You must share your ideas, communicate your vision. And that's why you're not a leader, because you're so proud to be shy. It's demonic. Being quiet is not a gift. So, it's leadership. You must do your work but say nothing. You must be in and out without no one seeing you. This is Greek philosophy. So, the master who mastered you told his 4-year-old boy to stand up and recite something. You are 40 years old. He says you must keep quiet. He's 4 years old. He's telling him to talk. You 40. He's telling you to be quiet. Something's wrong with this equation. So the kid grows up by 6 years old. He is fluent in speech. And you're 40 years old. You're afraid to talk. Because the conditioning of the mind is different. See, sometimes you don't even know why you're the way you are. It comes from Greek philosophy that you live under still. This is probably why it's difficult for many people from the oppressive side of life to emerge as great leaders in industrial states, because they are dragging a heavy history and they're trying to get rid of it. And you want to be a leader with that weight. The problem is, when you set one of those slaves free, he knows he can't lead the master. So he turns on his own people. And he has to imitate the master. So he tells you, keep quiet. Don't tell me what to do. You shut up. I'm in charge. What I say is always right. It's my way or the highway. This spirit is a mentality of a slave with a little bit of power. And so you end up abusing your own people because you are mentally sick from historical damage. And then you want a title. Listen, this is why you need a leadership seminar like this. First of all, to identify your problem. I'm not impressed by you telling me you are a bishop. It means nothing to me. Let me quote something from the Bible that's very important. Very important. It's found in the book of Ecclesiastes, I think it's chapter 11. Solomon says, woe to the land when a slave becomes king. Let me quote it again. This is in the Bible. Woe to the land when a slave becomes king. The word woe is the worst word in Hebrew. Jesus used it a few times. It's a curse word. It means damned you. It's a horrible word. Okay, let me quote it one more time. Damned is the people in the land when the person in charge thinks like a slave. Woe to the land when a slave becomes what? King. Let me tell you something. Putting a crown on a person's head doesn't change their mind. I really want you to think about yourself for a minute. The people you've been following. Are you just a bunch of sheep? Are these people free who are following you? Or are they parasites feeding on your fear? Propping up their own insecurity by your submission. Ladies and gentlemen, I have come with anger in my heart because I was there. It's a sad place to be. Lost and don't know it. Blind and thought you could see. We are victims of a leadership philosophy that is still controlling us today. So you go to work on Monday and you see the master in the department and your whole body becomes afraid. You are still sick. Then you see one of your fellow brethren and there's no fear. How come you have different responses to these two different images? Because you are still sick in your mind and you have a title. Please buy this CD. This is one you got to give your kids, because you see, if you don't get this straight in your head, you are simply a well-dressed, highly educated, powerful, crowned slave. You say you believe the Bible, but you actually follow the Greeks. And this is why when a person becomes a pastor, for example, in a church, all of a sudden they think that they're better than the people. Sometimes I listen to your pastors, you know, these people on TV, I say, that person is sick. The way they talk to the congregation tells me that this person is dangerous. It's a well-dressed slave with a crown. Where did you get your leadership philosophy from? You got it from the Greeks, because whoever colonized you convinced you. Jesus never said that anyone can set you free. You thought, for example, that people, you know, like Nelson Mandela, Mahatma Gandhi, Martin Luther King Jr. set you free. That's a lie. No human can set you free. Do you know what Jesus said? He said, you shall know. See, it ain't a person. I could come to this seminar and teach you for 3 days on how to influence people. 10 principles of leadership, 5 principles of organizational development, 10 principles of management, and you'll still walk out of here as a well-educated slave. That ain't your problem. Your problem is you are still blinded and overpressed by something you never even knew you had. That's why you got to go back in history and find out where it came from. Then you go back and root it up. The Greeks do not define Miles Monroe anymore. I am a dignified human, not because of my pigmentation, my nose, my eyes, my hair, or my lips. I am a dignified, quality, first class, powerful human because I was made in the image of the living God. And I wouldn't give you the right or the privilege to put value on me. You have no idea how much I'm worth. Mind your own business. And no one did that to me. I discovered the truth. You shall know the truth. And that's what I'm dealing with today. That's why you feel so deep inside right now. Some of y'all are weeping because, you see, I'm sick of people preaching at you these sermons. You don't need no sermon. You need a revelation of who you are.
Yes.
No one makes you a leader. You were born one. But you were smothered under a philosophy of followers and slaves. It's not just black people, you know. It's white people, Asian people. I've been to countries where I see so many white people oppressed. When I first went to Poland, I wept. Same spirit of oppression. My wife and I went to Hong Kong, I wept. The Chinese. See, anyone that robs you of your value is demonic.
Amen. Oh, amen. Amen.
And that's why my books are in 60 languages now, in 112 countries, including Mandarin. And they're inviting me to come to these countries. They don't care about how I look. They said, what you saying is so true, we need it here in China. Because people don't set you free. The truth that you know sets you free. Ladies and gentlemen, let me give you the original philosophy of leadership. This is the one that the Greeks didn't know about. It was written long before the Greeks became an empire. It's documented in the first book of Moses. First of all, the original philosophy of leadership believes that trapped in every follower is a hidden leader. That means, number two, every human was created to lead and designed for dominion. That's a belief system. Number three, leadership potential resides in every individual. Whether they discover it and use it is another issue, but it does reside there. Inside of you is an awesome leader. You know, this is why, for example, whenever you give a person who is oppressed an opportunity, they always excel. You know why? They were a constipated leader. You look at the Olympics, for example. You know, you're like, wow, man, these little countries that have nothing, like the Bahamas. We beat America, remember? We whoop you all in the 4x4. Why? We ain't got no programs in the Bahamas. We ain't got no government scholarships. We ain't got no place to practice. We just constipated for 200 years. Tell us, give me a chance to run. I'll run you out of your place. See, some of y'all don't understand what's going on in the world. If you ever give an oppressed person a chance to release their potential, they're going to whoop you. Not because they're better, you know, they're constipated. It's like a pressure cooker. You've been holding down that potential for so long. So all of a sudden you got these basketball players, football players, and you're like, how come the scene is changing? It's because of constipation. Number four, philosophy. You were born to lead, but you must become a leader. Number five, true leadership is self-manifestation. It's not a matter of going to a school and learning some principles. It's manifesting your true self. That's leadership. That's a philosophy. And number six, very important, the purpose for true leadership is not to maintain followers, but to produce leaders. That's a philosophy of leadership. True leadership does not maintain followers. In other words, a true leader works themselves out of a job. True leaders are always moving. They never fall in love with a position. They are constantly producing people to take their place. That's true leadership. True leaders are not married to their titles. You know, when a person likes titles, it's a sign that they are actually a slave. Let me explain why. Because they get their value from the title. Most of the people who love positions are not leaders because they get their worth from the position. That's why they will kill you to keep it. Because if they lose it, they lose themselves. Because they have made themselves one with their title and their position. That's why they become offended when you don't call them by their title. You know, Bishop Jones. You can't say Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones. They don't even look Mr. Jones. I'm not Mr. Jones. These are sick people. The more titles you need, the less you are a leader.
This is good.
You know, sometimes I smile. I see these people, you know, dressed in all kind of regalia. I mean regalia. And they got 10 titles behind their name, you know. Right Reverend, Honorable, Bishop, Eternal, Potentate. You know, and I'm like, this guy is totally sick. I would never have lunch with this person. It's too much weight to carry at lunch. The more successful you are as a leader, the less titles you need. Can you write that down, please?
Yes.
What did I say? The more successful you are as a leader, the less titles you need. Always remember that. As a matter of fact, your goal in life is to reduce yourself to your first name. Because even your last name is not yours. Monroe is not my name. It's a Scottish name. It's from Scotland. That means the master that owned my great-grandfather was a white Scottishman. So they named the slaves after the master's name. They said, that's Monroe's slave. That's how I got Monroe. I'm not Monroe, I'm Miles. The only name I own is Miles. So my goal in life is to reduce myself to Miles. When you read the Bible, it's intriguing, isn't it? Yeah. You want to see great people? Read the Bible. For example, we don't say Reverend Dr. Bishop Moses.
Come on now.
What do we say? Moses. How come we don't say the right Reverend, anointed, powerful Joshua? No, we just say what? Joshua. We say Daniel. We don't say Bishop Hezekiah. You say Hezekiah, Jeremiah, Isaiah, Ezekiel, Hosea, Joel, Amos, Obadiah. You know what Jonah said? You know what Micah told us? Haggai prophesied. Malachi said. How about Matthew? Not Bishop Matthew. Mark. Oh my God. If you call your pastor Luke, he'll kill you. We are sick. John, Paul, Peter, James, Jude. Oh my God, Jesus. You could tell how effective you are by how many titles you get rid of.
Teaching.
Martin, JFK. Not even the name, JFK. How come you need so many titles? Because you ain't doing nothing. Clap your hands right there. We need folks who could be leaders. So leadership is not a pursuit of power, position, title, or authority. Leadership is a result of self-discovery. I want you to spend some time in the mirror. And I want you to stay away from people for a few days. And take a private retreat by yourself and meet with yourself. I'm serious. Everyone who discovered themselves in history were by themselves. Moses on the backside of a mountain. Ezekiel in the desert. Jesus in Judean desert. Paul in Arabia all by himself. See, you got too many people around you who don't know who they are, and they make you the same way. Spending this day away from your office and your family is one of the most important decisions you made. This conference could change your life forever because you are in a different environment. The noise of life can drown out who you are. I found mine at 3 o'clock in the morning as a little kid on a dirt ground in the Bahamas when the whole house was sleeping. And I had an argument with God. And I said, God, you are prejudiced. I was mad. I was 13. Because on one side of the wall was the white people, on the other side was the black people. It's a wall in our island that separated us. And I said, God, are you the same God that they serve? Because if you are, I don't want you to be my God anymore. And my daddy served you all his life. He's a pastor, and I don't want to be with him nor you. I was mad. No one knew what I was going through at age 13. The house was sleeping. The rats were running through the yard, and I was in the dirt. I was mad. You know your problem is, you don't get mad enough. God answered me that night. He did. Matter of fact, God saved himself that night, because I was about to get rid of God. God loves an honest heart. Your religion makes you a fake. You stand up there, I love you, Lord. You don't even know yourself. I became angry. And he introduced me to myself that night. And everything changed. That's why I'm the way I am now. You can never influence me negatively. It's too late for me. Your opinion means nothing to me because I know who I am. And you need that. You need to get there to become the great man you were born to be. You are exactly what they made you. See this woman? I like this woman. Mother Teresa is 4 feet 5 inches high. She spoke at the United Nations, had all the countries listening to her. And guess who she was? A high school teacher. See, I told you, to be a leader, you don't need to go to college, get a PhD in management. How come you never spoke to the UN? And she was just a high school teacher. She stopped the world. Here's why. Write this down. Because number one, leaders don't seek followers. Followers are attracted to true leaders. But they are not attracted to the person, even though there may be some influence there. They are really attracted to the gift of that person. And that is what makes that person a leader. Most of you came to the Miles Monroe Leadership Empowerment Conference because of a gift you tasted somewhere. Whether you read a book, heard a CD, saw a TV program, or saw a video, or you were on YouTube or something, you said, I want to go feed on that gift one more time. This is very important too, because sometimes when people come to your gift, you think they came to you. And this is when your pride becomes a problem. And that's when God pulls the rug out from under you. You know, people start thinking, well, you know, I got 10,000 members, hallelujah. No, you don't. Your gift has 10,000 members, not you. God will kill you in the morning. We confuse people's attraction to our gift to attraction to ourselves. And so we think, you know, we, I, me, I, we, me, I. And God says, no, it's it. And that's why leaders fall. Because they think the people came to them. I told you in the last session, when you go to a tree, you don't go for the bark nor the leaves. You don't go for the trunk. You go for what? You just go for the fruit. And if you don't see no fruit, what do? You leave. When a leader falls, because he or she thinks that they are the thing, we wonder why there's a scattering. It's because the leader confused the trunk with the fruit. I'm just a servant. I'm serving you my gift, that's all. This ain't about me. It's my gift. Write this down. Attraction is inspiration produced by the individual's passion to serve their gift. You want to become a leader? Find your passion. Pursue it with perseverance. And serve the world with it. And people will be attracted to you from everywhere. Leadership is an attraction. You don't force people. And the way you maintain them is you keep serving. If you want to be great, you just serve. Keep serving your gift. Keep serving it. Keep serving it. You become a slave to your gift, not to the people. You keep serving it. Your existence is serving it. Keep serving it. And they'll find you. Last year I got over 800 invitations to travel around the world. Halfway through this year, I hit 800 already. So I have over 1,000 people wanting me to come in over 60 countries. And most of them I don't even know. And they want to pay my way. Pay me. They're looking for the gift. It ain't me. See, when you understand it, it keeps you very humble. That's why I ain't got no bodyguards. My wife is my bodyguard. That's all I got. No bodyguards. This ain't nothing about me. I don't need no entourage. I don't need nobody cleaning my shoe. I can clean my own shoe. I don't need nobody fixing my hair, man. This isn't about me. It's about my gift. And that could go just like God could kill me just like that. Amen. You better stay in touch with yourself. Find your gift and serve it. You become great. They are attracted to your gift. And this is what makes you a powerful leader. I want to give you a couple of thoughts about attitude before we break. Your attitude arises from fundamental beliefs and convictions. And that's what I'm dealing with, you know. I'm dealing with what they told you when you was 5 years old. You know? I mean, the house you was brought up in, my son, they didn't know who you were. And they took you to school, and the teacher didn't know who you were. Then you went to university, and they gave you a career that ain't your passion, and now you are stuck with a life and still don't know what to do with yourself. You got to discover your beliefs about yourself. What are my convictions? What is my opinion of my own life? If you don't have an opinion of yourself, someone will give you one.
That's right.
You must have a discovery about yourself. Your abilities. Do you know who your true abilities are? I want you to buy every book on the table of potential. I'm telling you, just read them. And some of you bought them, haven't read them. Read them. Because they are the ones that got me where I'm at. When I understood that my abilities had nothing to do with the exams in school, my life was changed. Your school don't know who you are. Don't believe no grades they gave you. You can't measure a human capacity in 1 hour in a test. Some of y'all are still living under some grade you got 20 years ago. I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. Stop thinking that way. They don't know how smart you are. I got 3 bachelor's degrees, a master's degree in administration and leadership. I got 5 doctorate degrees bestowed upon me. I don't trust none of them. Why? When you become impressed by someone's assessment of your ability, you become trapped. You can't measure how smart I am. Write this down. Your ability to lead depends on the attitude produced by your self-image, by your self-worth, and by your self-esteem. Your ability to lead is determined, and it depends on your attitude that is produced from your self-image, your self-worth, your self-esteem. Let me give an example. I know I am important to the world. That is a statement of self-esteem. I know the world needs me. They need what I'm carrying. They need this. That's a statement of self-worth. I am valuable to you. I wasn't born like that. They told me I was worthless, remember? The Greeks told me that I didn't have blonde hair. So I had to get information from somewhere else. I got it from the manufacturer. His manual, the Bible. It taught me I have his image. What an image to have, a self-image. The image of Jehovah. Wow. And according to him, nothing is impossible. Brother Dixon, what they told you about you was a lie. Don't believe them. Let God be true and every man a liar, the Bible says. Don't trust no one's opinion. Your parents didn't know you. They didn't even know Jesus. One time Jesus, his parents left him in the temple. And his mother and father came back to get him. You all remember that story? You ever read what he said to them? He began the statement by saying, did you not know? In other words, even your parents may not even know who you were. He told Mary, did you not know that I must be with my father? But you didn't even know? I've been with you for 12 years already. You still don't know? He was 12 years old. Your mother that carried you don't know how awesome you are. She was just a channel. So if you never had parents, it doesn't matter. It's not about your parents, it's about you. You never had a father, so what? You are here? Welcome. Let's get busy. Let's go change the world together. Let's make an impact before you die. This is about you. Your self-esteem. Self-worth. Get it? True leaders are more concerned with expressing themselves than with proving themselves. See, a person who's insecure got something to prove. A person who knows who they are have nothing to prove. So leaders don't go around trying to prove things to people. They're too busy being themselves. Leaders are individuals who have declared independence from other people's expectation of them. I won't allow you to determine who I can become. In other words, leaders don't clone other people in their image. They desire to help others become themselves. Sometimes we get pride saying that person is just like me. That's not what you want in life. You want people to be themselves. Why? Because you are boring. One of you is enough. Yeah, but not God loves you to just be yourself. Some of you autographed your books last night, and I wrote that in it. You wonder why I wrote it there? This is why I wrote it there. Be yourself. That's when leadership begins. Leaders are difficult to control. You can't control a true leader. They just don't behave. You know, they just don't line up. They don't fall in line. Why? Because they're too busy standing out. They ain't got time to fit in. Is there anybody a leader here today? In other words, leaders are just difficult people. It's, you know, they're always messing with tradition, destroying the boundaries, asking questions you can't answer. They make you mad sometimes. Why? Because they are themselves. And they help other people to deploy themselves as well. I love people who have strong self-concept around me. Strong estimation of themselves. I love people who know who they are. Why? Because I ain't got to figure them out. You two, some people are a problem to be with. I ain't sure what you're thinking. But when you know who you are, I ain't got to worry about you. I know you know who you are. You telling me who you are. That's why it's tough to be with certain people, you know. You don't know what they are. A true leader can never be jealous of a person.
Amen.
Because they're not in competition.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
That's why you like to be with them.
Yes, absolutely.
You don't got to walk on eggshells, you know, not hurting their feelings and all that foolishness, you know. These are real people, man. Authentic people. I love real people, man. I just love. They make life easy. I got to be sitting around you. Be careful what I say. You too much problem to live with, man. Don't clone people. When your attitude in your spirit is married to your ability in the flesh, you become a leader. Your mentality and your must be married. So when you marry your ability with your mentality, a leader is born. And this is why we can never fully carry out our leadership mandate if we don't have the mentality of leadership. And we have to integrate that attitude with our attributes, our aptitude, and our altitude will produce the leadership we require. In other words, leadership is not about ability. It's about mentality first. This is why leaders they can walk into a room, change the room. Why? Their attitude and their mentality is completely different. Sometimes I'd walk into a meeting and they're discussing issues, and I say, what's the issue? They discuss it. They tell me what it is, and I'd go, oh, that's simple. And I'd say, let's just do this. Why don't we try this? They go, we never thought of that. Because we are so blocked in our thinking. Leaders look at elephants as lunch. They simplify life. I tell my wife all the time, keep it simple.
Keep it simple.
Life is simple, man. Don't get complicated. Leaders keep it simple. I ain't got no money. Let's go create some money. That's how leaders think. They don't go, I ain't got no money. I'm broke. They say, let's go create some money.
Hallelujah.
Because wealth is not something God gives. It's created. I am the God that gives you the ability to create wealth. I don't give wealth, God says. I create it. So you're not poor and you're not jobless. You just ain't thinking.
Hallelujah.
That's good.
That's good teaching.
That's good.
Every problem is a business. So to a leader, what you think is more important than what you do. I guess that's the whole measure of these two sessions. Thinking. Grappling with that Greek mentality. Destroying the Roman corruption in your mind. Being free from what people said about you. This is the heart of it. I want to close this session with the spirit of leadership. Now these, you can get this in the books back there, but I want to go through them very quickly, and I want you to read them with me because I think it'll probably sink into your spirit if you articulate it verbally. These are what I have researched and decoded as the obstacles of people becoming leaders. If you get these, I will see you at the top. Number one, I call it the spirit of leadership. Number one, let's read together. Go. The spirit of a strong self-concept, which is a true sense of your source. Now, I could teach that for 2 weeks. You got to know your source to develop your self-image. Number two, read. The spirit of a healthy self-concept. What is it? A perception of your true nature. That means a photograph of your life that you carry in your head. Number three, the spirit of self-confidence. What is that? A belief in your inherent ability. This is very important. A leader has a spirit of total conviction that they could solve any problem. I can't tell you how important that is. So leaders never panic. A true leader never panics. They sit and they think, this could be solved. That's where their confidence comes from. They have a confidence that they have an inherent ability to solve any problem. Inherent ability. The favorite words of Jesus: peace, have no fear. In the middle of a storm, peace, be not afraid. What are you talking about? We're getting ready to drown. Be not afraid. Why? There's a solution to every problem. And I am the solution. I'm going to stop the storm. He believed in his inherent ability. Number four, read. The spirit of self-significance. What is it? A sense of valuable contribution to the world. This one is very critical. When you're going to become what you were born to be, you got to discover your significance. You are not a biological accident. You are not an experiment that God sent to earth to try to figure out. You were literally born because there's something God needed done that made you necessary. You are necessary. Say it. I am necessary. Say it loud. I am necessary. Say it louder. I am necessary. I want you to tell the world that every day you wake up. They need you. There's something you came here with that your generation needs. So you were not sent here just to make a living. You were sent here to make a difference. Your significance. Number 5, read. The spirit of passion. What is that? A deep conviction and determination of your heart. In other words, you found something that you are willing to die for. That's passion. All leaders are dead before they died. You got to figure that one out. Number 6, read. The spirit of excellence. What is that? A striving to always improve self and work. That's what leaders do. They never satisfy. That's why, I buy 4 or 5 books every month. My iPad is full of books. I'm always reading. Why? Self-improvement. Constantly. Some of you would walk past the book table and want to be a leader. And go straight to Kentucky Fried Chicken. And I'm sitting there going, what are you doing?
Come on now.
You got a choice between cholesterol and concepts. Yeah. It's self-improvement all the time. The next time you hear about this event, I want you to bring all your people with you, man. If you are a pastor, you should have all of your people here. Why? All of them. If you love them, you want to improve them.
Amen. Amen.
You want to produce leaders. Number 6, read. The spirit of excellence. Number 7, the spirit of compassion. What is that? A sensitivity to the value of others. This is important. If you are a leader, you must be aware that everybody is equal to you. So you treat people with respect. I'm talking about the maintenance guy in the back room. When you meet him there, you bow and say, Your Excellency. See, this compassion is missing. There's some pastors who have no compassion. I'm listening to pastors. I go to the church to preach and I hear them talk to people. I'm like, oh man, I want to leave this church right now. This is a demon. The way you treat your people. Who do you think you are? When you die, they will never visit your tomb. When you make people valuable, they make you valuable.
Yes.
Number 8, read. The spirit of creativity. What is that? A belief in the untested and the untried. If you are a leader, you got that spirit. You believe that if it hasn't been done before, it can be done. The untested. Creativity. A leader always tries new things. Failure means nothing to a leader. It simply means find another way. Creativity. Number 9, read. The spirit of self-empowerment. That means a desire to see others succeed. Number 10, the spirit of self-improvement. What does that mean? A personal commitment to your own growth. Number 11, the spirit of self-discipline. What does that mean? A commitment to a self-imposed standard of life on yourself. This is very important. A leader doesn't need external discipline. They impose on themselves discipline. I do not commit adultery. So they impose it on themselves. I am faithful to my spouse. So they are imposing on themselves. Paul calls it beating your flesh under. That's leadership. I do not tell lies. I impose it on myself. I don't gossip about people. I impose it on myself. I don't undermine my workers. I impose it on myself. I trust the people I give authority to. I impose. In other words, they are always disciplining themselves. I will do good in the dark. I will do right when no one is watching. Self-imposition. That's what leaders are. You can trust a leader when no one's around because they discipline themselves. When a leader falls into immorality, it's because they have no self-discipline. When you lose self-discipline, you have no right to discipline anybody else. You lose the right to lead. Leadership is not a right you demand. It's a privilege that the followers give you. The only thing a leader has to work with is trust. When you violate that, you're canceled. You're an empty title walking in a robe. Discipline yourself to protect trust.
Thank you once again for listening to this message, as we hope that it has been a blessing to you. Our goal is to show you new paths and opportunities so that you can discover your purpose. It is your love, support, and partnership that makes Monroe Global possible. Please visit us online at www.
A progressive governance forum and the chairman of our party. Aliko, you are in Kapsan today. Therefore, I came to my shoe. But very, very glad to see all of you. I'm very glad.